everyone. Welcome back to the Horror Talks. This is our second episode here on the Horror Realm. So we're going to talk a little bit about everything horror. Let me go ahead and introduce my co-host, director, actor, and a good friend of mine, Adam Freeman. Adam, we're back.
Hey everyone, how are you
Adam,
doing, Travis?
good man. Good. Listen, I didn't lose any subscribers. I actually gained subscribers from the first episode, and I thought I was going to lose some.
Oh, well, I think, like I was telling you a little bit earlier, I think the more we bring up the different things that we want to talk about horror, I think that it's a discussion that's not really been had a lot, and maybe some interesting things that I think people will find interesting. So, hopefully.
Now, listen, since our last episode, Adam, you've been watching a lot of 80s horror films and you've been doing a lot of research.
I have. I'm even going to be pulling up my letterbox here just to go over a few. I just watched Night of Fear right before I came on here. That was the last thing that I watched, and I don't know if anybody has seen that movie. It's really interesting. I felt the vibe of In a Violent Nature. So if you like that movie, In a Violent Nature, you might like Night of Fear. So just want to let you all know.
Night of Fear. Definitely check that out.
Yeah.
But one thing that's great about Tubi, listen, I consider myself a horror fan, like a big horror fan. I wouldn't say a hardcore horror fan. I'm a pretty big horror fan. And in the 80s, man, there was so many horror movies popping out. And I would have loved that I've seen all of them. But like recently, just on my Tubi Tuesday reviews, I've also been popping up on a lot of horror movies that I never even knew existed or even saw in the 80s.
I have too. I have come through several titles that I've never even seen before that it's really fun to experience for a first time. And that was one of them, like I just said, Not a Fear. So what have you been watching since we last talked? Have you seen anything good or?
So I have not been watching anything work that's non-work related. Like, so I have Colin Bressler, who is a horror filmmaker. I've had on the show. I watched his new movie, and you're going to ask me the name of it, and I cannot tell you right now. But I've been receiving a lot of screeners for Colin. I apologize, but good movie though. But I've been watching a lot of screeners. There's Phil Herman's Unearthed, and Ash Hamilton has a new movie out. So I've been watching a lot of screeners, but I haven't watched anything mainstream or anything on Tubi in a while.
Have you seen anything that you think might be the next big horror classic, the hidden gem, or
I think
with those screeners?
I think Phil Herman's Unearthed is something that's good, and it is it's an anthology series, and he has something that that filmmakers used to do back in the day, where they had different horror directors directing different segments, and each movie you can tell has, yes, they have an ongoing theme, but at the same time, you see each filmmaker has their own little spice that they're throwing in the pot, so it has a different taste to it.
Nice, very nice. That's one of the other things that I've been noticing. I watched a lot of the Halloween. I watched Halloween and the sequels this time, and I watched a lot of shot on video recently. Watched some new films that was coming out. I just recently watched one that I absolutely loved, and I think that it has a lot of potential to it, especially the filmmaker. It was on Netflix for one right now. It is To Catch a Killer. Have you heard about that at all? It has Shailene Woodley from The Secret Life of American Teenager, Divergent series. Yeah, I mean, I watched The Secret Life of American Teenager all the way back when it was first on TV. I was waiting for every episode, and that was really Shailene Woodley's, her big moment when she was coming out, and seeing her go from that to this is just such an improvement in acting, her range. On top of it, that movie really reminds me of like Silence of the Lambs or just a great detective story, and that's why I think horror fans would love it. It's not necessarily horror; it's a little bit more realistic. than having a cannibal, out, which, there are cases where that happens, but this is a little bit more realistic and believable, and it was a commentary on where we're at in society right now, which I really like that. So
That's great, man. Now, are you a gamer?
I am, but I have not played games in so long. It's really rarely that I might hit a game here and there a year, like maybe like 2 or 3 times a year. But back in the day, yes, and the horror franchises in the game world is amazing.
So so we're in March now. So this month on To Be Tuesdays, I am doing reviews of horror video game adaptations. That no one knows even exist. I'm saying I didn't know exist. Like, did you know that Dead Rising has two movies based off the video game?
Dead Rising. I don't
That's
think I
the
did know that.
that's the one that's like it's like a knockoff of Dawn of the Dead, where you're in a mall and you can use all kind of shit
Yeah,
to do weapons.
yeah. I remember the games, but I remember seeing the games. I didn't know they had a movie with them though.
They have two movies. They're on Tubi, by the way. And so I watched the first one, and I don't want to say anything bad about it yet, or but I gotta wait for the Tubi review. But even like Dead Space, which was I played the first two games. I know there's I think like two more after that, but that was a fun game, and I had no idea that they made also two animated movies that are pretty gory and violent. So so that's what I'm gonna be
Okay,
doing
I'll have to
in
check them out. I
March.
didn't know either.
Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna be doing in March for To Be
That sounds
Tuesday.
like fun.
I'm gonna do To Be horror video game adaptations that no one knew even exist.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Um, I have what was the one? I recently on Tubi there is a Silent Hill series slash game that you can play along with on Tubi. Did you see
Really?
that one?
No.
Yeah, you download an app on your phone and you basically just play along. You basically decide. It's got those like anime interactive games, like where you kind of like
Hmm.
chose the story of what would happen. It's like that, but it's Silent Hill. It's a little bit weird where it takes place at. It takes place out in the woods in a cabin. Um,
Okay.
so it's a little interesting, but it's definitely got a good vibe, and it's really fun. If anybody does like gaming and does like movies at the same time, it's a great choice. I think Tubi is doing something really unique there.
That is unique. Now,
Yeah.
the last horror video game that I played was the Blair Witch. The Blair Witch Project had a video game. I want to say it came out before COVID, and
I did not
I
know about that.
I didn't either. I just randomly saw it in a GameStop, and I did a quick before I buy a video game. I always look to see what the ratings are. I don't. There's so many bad video games, just like there's bad movies out, and I don't want to
Oh
waste
yeah.
$40 on a bad game. And this game is so much fun, especially when you're fucking high. If you get high on this game, I swear, like you will feel like you're about to have a heart attack. It was like walking through an actual haunted house.
That
It was
is
so much fun.
awesome.
So much fun.
I mean, it's sometimes like even when you watch a movie, it just heightens everything so much more, and it just you get zonked into it. Like, there's just a certain way to watch movies, y'all.
What's the best horror movie? So, what was the most extreme? You're talking about weed and 420. What was one horror movie that you watched high that you were like, oh my goodness, it made it so much better? And then you try to watch it not high, and you're like, well, wow, this is totally different.
I know exactly the one I'm going to say. It's there was a movie. I want to say it was an Australian horror film. It's an indie film, but it's like insane. The visuals are insane, and it's like a LSD trip. The entire movie, the screen looks like it's LSD. Everything looks like it's LSD, and it's called Lucifer's Satanic Daughter, and it is based on kind of like a true story, which everybody knows the story of the Satanic Panic back in the '80s about the guy who like unalived his friend um, during a what was it, acid? It was an acid trip, and yeah, so they made this movie, and I'm telling you, When that came out, it was back when I was doing a lot of like the Delta 8 and things like that, and I watched that movie with those visuals, and I was horrified. I'm talking horrified.
Cool.
And he went all out. I don't even know the director's name or if he's done anything else, but he went all out to like do like green witches, like a whole bunch of witches in hoods running to the forest, grabbing this girl and just ripping her guts out. Like it is horrifying. I highly recommend it. I think you can get there's a website I believe you can get the Blu-ray off of, and it comes with a piece of uh, this prop that they used in the film.
Nice.
So
All right.
it's definitely worth it.
I'll put it on my list. Now a horror movie that I watched high that was I wanted to tell you one that I watched high and it was completely a letdown and I don't it kind of ruined my high. That was the Candyman remake. I saw that in the theaters during COVID high. And boy, it was such a disappointment because I felt like it was too heavy of a movie with the political messages and all of that to be high.
I agree. I personally did not like the movie
Me either.
um, at all, and people were praising it, and it just shows where we're at today with this newer generation, what they think is horror and what we know is horror. It's just it did not work at all for me. You just can't redo that.
Yeah, it was. I actually did a video. It was one of my biggest disappointments of horror movies because I love the original. I love the
Yeah.
original. And when people ask me what's the first horror movie that really scared the shit out of me, it was the original Candyman. That movie scared the shit out of me as a kid. But one movie, I mean, that I loved watching high was, and this is the first time ever seeing this movie, and I only saw it last year for the first time. Train to Busan.
Great movie. Great
Oh my
movie.
goodness!
Great
You watch that movie
series.
high?
There's 3 of them.
Yes. You have the anime one, which is great,
Mhm.
which I think which is the prequel, and then part two was okay, but I love the prequel and the
Well,
Train to Busan.
it's, Seoul Station, then Train to Busan, and then there's Peninsula.
Correct.
And
Uh,
I think Peninsula was kind of pushing it a little bit. I like the story of it, but I think that they were a little bit too fast with where they were at in society. It was like, and you see it with George Romero's films. You see it with Night of the Living Dead. Everybody's out in their trucks. We know what happens at the end of Night of the Living Dead, which I hated. I love the movie, but I hate the ending because everybody wants them to live.
yeah.
But then you have Dawn of the Dead, where it's like commentating on society being into consumerism and going to the mall. And if you were dead, where does everybody go to? The mall, because that was really big at the time. And then you have Day of the Dead, and then you have Land of the Dead, Survival of the Dead, Diary of the Dead. It really it's a commentary on so much. And I'm sorry about my
Hmm.
dog barking, by the way. She's about to be in another room.
You got
But
my cat's not room too.
okay. And uh, what I think sometimes is a fail in zombie movies, and I think The Walking Dead did it perfectly. We saw a gradual change in society, whereas sometimes the sequels go straight to what would it be in like 10 to 15 years. And you need to kind of back that up because it just doesn't, you need to gradually get there for
Hmm.
me. Instead of just being like, okay, we have gangs in the city that's run down with zombies, and they're just capturing people and doing this, and this. That's why I think Seoul Station did a really good job, even though it was anime. And then going to Train to Busan, it's like right there at the edge of the outbreak. So that was kind of my how I felt about that franchise.
And I 100% agree. Like, there's something powerful about watching how society, you know, it first deals with something like that, and then over time, slowly, how that changes. And I agree. Like and that's something I felt like the Resident Evil series fucked up on because it was just
Yeah,
too quick and fast. But at the same time, they were pumping out movies once a year. And
yeah.
how do you
Well,
gradually?
if I don't know if you watched it, I just watched it, but that documentary that just came out, George Romero's Resident Evil. Did you see
Yes.
that?
Hmm, I
I
did.
love that, and I think that he would have probably made one of the greatest zombie movies. I mean, he's made the greatest zombie movies, but it would have been another one on the list, possibly as number one, because everybody says Dawn of the Dead, number one, the original. But I think that Resident Evil possibly would have topped that if it had happened.
So I mean, the Resident Evil story. I got the Resident Evil 4 poster up there somewhere behind me, which is one of my favorite video games. My favorite video game series. If you stick with the source material of Resident Evil, you can't go wrong.
Yeah,
You really can't. It's
yeah,
it's such an amazing story.
yeah. I agree, and I really wish that I wish I could relive the hype of when it was all coming to America.
Yeah,
It was great. It was petrifying. Like now today, kids will put in like the first game and they're like, ah, this looks bad. Like I don't care. It's not scary. But back in the day when you put that game in, it was horrifying to even play.
I remember having a PlayStation, the first PlayStation, and my older sister. I don't know if this guy was a boyfriend or what, but my older sister. Let's see. When I was in, I want to say she's like 8 years older than me, so she's much
Okay.
older. So her boyfriend or guy friend or whoever came over. He brought over Resident Evil, and I heard about this game. He brought it over and he played it, and I was just like, "Holy shit! I need this game like as soon as possible." Like
Yeah.
it was just something that completely. If you were a horror fan growing up, and it was the perfect, horror video game. I mean, it was the first video game that I felt like this is a horror movie. This is something that you know relies
Eh,
on the success of what a good movie does.
Yeah. I also want to always push everybody to go to YouTube and look up the film Sweet Home, which is the grandfather to Resident Evil and where Resident Evil came from. It is a movie that was never released out of Japan, and it also had its own video game called Sweet Home, which I think the game might have been released here, but not the film. The director does not even want to talk about it. He does not like it, and it's insane. It's super atmospheric. It's gorgeous, and it's really good. And still to this day, never been released in America. You can watch it on YouTube, and it's been dubbed for you to understand it. But it is a great place for people who are getting into Resident Evil, or who love Resident Evil to go to and watch that movie. It is a must see.
So, Adam, my question: so you're a horror fan. You love the horror video games, and you're a filmmaker. Why is it so fucking hard for a filmmaker to take a horror video game IP and just translate it over into an actual movie?
Because what I truly think it is that you have these people who have the money and can go and create these movies. They want to create their own world within that world and have it be a part of the franchise. And like we saw with the Resident Evil series, like the actual film series with Mila, it's not bad. I enjoy them, but it's not Resident Evil. Like it's not the games, it's not the books. It's none of that. But it gives you different parts of Resident Evil within like a new story that's never been told. So I get that. Um, I had recently talked with a Japanese manga artist who created one of my favorite franchises of all time, and I talked to him about remaking one of his series into a film, which he was very open about it. Had a lot of questions. I got really busy with Screen Dream and have not revisited that, but we actually had a meeting on webcam and we talked about it for probably an hour and a half. And it was great. It was great. The thing is that it is a horror game, also a graphic novel, um, comic book, and franchise. It's a series, but it is a hentai series, and I wanted to take it and actually Americanize it a little bit, but do it in a way where it stays true to the character and bring it back and have it set in America like they're visiting here and something happens. But to do a direct remake, or we even talked about it to even go over to Japan to film it, that was an option, which I would have been completely open to doing. Um, but I'm gonna say I don't really want to say the name of the series because it's something that has not been discussed or talked about. But I will say that it's one of the most controversial anime titles of all time, and it's in the horror genre. It's in the comedy horror, and I would have done it. I would have done if I could have done like a direct one. I would have, but sometimes what I think is separating the franchises that do get made is maybe they don't have the resources of like going to Japan and doing it, or they don't want to spend that money doing it over there. They would rather do it here because you also have to remember that depending what state you film your movie in, you get a tax break for it. So,
Yeah.
like, the biggest one right now is Kentucky. If you go to Kentucky and you go to the Kentucky Film Office and you register your film there and you make it there, you get 30% of your budget back, even if your movie fails.
Wow.
And that's why I think that does come into play sometimes. Because I mean, think about it. Like,
Yeah.
if it's set somewhere, you can't necessarily, So it's kind of like I think what Sam Raimi did with the Grudge series and things like that. Um, Not video game wise, but where it's at. Like, I mean, I'm sure probably some of it, might have been filmed here or could have been completely filmed over there. Um, but he stayed true to the origins of where it should be. Same thing with video games. You should, but people don't. And the biggest example of that is the movie Parasite Eve, which has a game or three games, and part two I think is the scariest version
I
of
agree.
that, or the scariest part of that game. But the movie was horrible, and the game is probably, in my opinion, scarier than Resident Evil.
Okay,
And it was
pause for a
just,
second.
yeah.
I love Parasite Eve. There was a movie?
There is a movie. I actually have it right here. Let me just grab it real fast for the camera.
When did that come out?
That came back out in the 90s, I believe, 1997, and here it is.
How the fuck did I miss that? Is it a
It is
indie?
independent Japanese film, yes.
Okay.
I want to say, excuse me, I hope it's Japanese, not another part. I want to go with Japanese because I think that's who made the game. But it was released by ADV Films. If you don't know who ADV Films is, um, back in the 90s to the early 2000s, ADV was really big. Um, about kind of going into like 99, 2000, I bought a ton of their titles. They put out a ton of anime, live actions of hentai titles and things like that as well, which were not, they were erotic, but they were more horror based. And there was, the company went bankrupt, and I'm 110% positive this title will never come back to America with how bad the movie actually was. But it is good. It's not bad, but it does not stay true to the game at all. So
Yeah, because I mean, The Last of Us. I mean, that's a TV series. I mean, that was pretty. I mean, I was watching that. By the way, I haven't played The Last of Us Part Two, but I played Part One, and I was watching a lot of that movie. I was like, oh my goodness, this is what happened in the game. This is some of the things were different, but I felt like as someone who played the game and all the way from beginning to end, I saw a lot of the pieces and the parts in play. And even with The Walking Dead, up until the end, last couple of seasons, which I didn't watch, I felt like it stayed true to the actual graphic novel of The Walking Dead for the
it
most
did. There
part.
was some things that was changed, but it stayed true, and I think that that's why it was so successful as well. I think they,
Yeah,
like Norman Reedus' character was not in that, not in the comic book, but it would not be The Walking Dead without Norman Reedus in that.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't know, but when it's done right, it's amazing. I mean, even like I know most people are not fans of the first Silent Hill movie. I'm a huge Silent Hill video game fan. The first Silent Hill video game did not stay true to the video game series, but it wasn't a bad movie.
Yeah. I liked it. I actually just recently watched it as well, and I watched part two like in the past couple of weeks, just to revisit it. But it's good. It has the atmosphere which works, which every Silent Hill game starts out similar to the way that movie plays out. You have the character, they go to Silent Hill, da da da. So it didn't have to be identical to it, but I really liked what they did with it. Um, Also, I think that tropes come into play. Like, if you're gonna have um, a video game franchise, you need to look at the tropes used in the video game and match them into your film or franchise at some point to really get the same feel. I think that's what kind of the Resident Evil movies didn't work for me, and I think that they did that in that new Resident Evil film,
Yeah,
Resident Evil: Welcome to Raccoon City. They did it, but the problem was they dumbed all the characters,
yeah,
and that's why it would have been more successful, in my opinion, if they had not done that. But none of the characters were like any other characters in any other like animated movie or video game, and that's why I think it really failed. And I don't think that we'll ever get a part two to that.
I agree. Also, I felt like they done it too late. I felt like people were over Resident Evil movies at that point when that movie came out because I mean it bombed in the box office,
It was
and
bad.
I just yeah, and I just felt like at that point people were just over. Sorry, my cat just walked in, but but yeah, I just felt like people were over, and I stay away from horror video game movies. But now I'm gonna have to watch this Parasite Evil because I was a huge fan, and that was and that video game series most people don't realize was made by SquareSoft. No, I'm sorry, Square Enix, and Square Enix, which known for Final Fantasy and RPG type games, and this was a RPG horror game, and it was something completely unique and just came out of blue nowhere. And I agree that game was terrifying.
It was. It was. I mean, I remember I couldn't even get through the first part of the game as a kid because I just was too scared.
Yeah.
Same thing for Silent Hill 2. I remember I kicked my Xbox like 30 feet across the room, and I'm pretty sure I broke my toe. It was black, and I'll never forget. That was the guy I was right beside the car, and something just jumped out from underneath it, and just that it does the jump scare so perfectly. Which is another thing that I wanted to bring up today was tropes in horror films. Um, because there are certain ways that you do tropes, and then there's certain ways that you don't do tropes. And I've really been studying this for the past 2 weeks with like everything that I've been watching, and I even went back to the one of the biggest classics of all time, Halloween, to um, look at what John Carpenter did in his filmmaking. And I can honestly say, not a Halloween. People say it's overrated, and people say that it's they're burnt out on it, but it's because it's so good that it's burnt out, and it's really hard to master that craft. But these video games, they really get it. They like,
Mhm.
for example, like I want to bring up one trope: the jump scare. How often does the film give it away whenever you hear the music and you
Yes.
know that that jump scare's coming? It gives it away. Perfect example is in Halloween when Donald Pleasance is outside the house and nobody's like, there's no music, there's nothing, but the guy comes up behind him and puts his hand on his shoulder, the police officer, I believe is who it was, and scares him. That is
Hmm.
the correct way to do a jump scare. And so often it's overdone throughout tons of films, and it's overdone so much and in an incorrect way that I see people like today. I was like looking up things online, and I was like, okay, um, they're saying that they need to get away from the tropes, but in my opinion, you can't have a horror movie without tropes. It
Yeah.
builds your atmosphere like the old abandoned house or the old cabin in the woods. It's the atmosphere. You have to have the setting for a movie. If it's in the city, it's the unknown. You have to have tropes no matter what. And I think that if you're going to do a video game, to a film, you need to follow those tropes that's within the video game in order to accurately display what you want in the film that the fans are going to love, the fans are going to feel familiar with, and that they're going to accept. Because if you don't do it, they're not going to accept it, and your film's going to fail.
And the original Resident Evil, I mean, that iconic scene in the beginning of the game where you see that long hallway in the mansion,
Oh yeah. Hmm.
and it's rat. You can hear a rat pissing quiet, just absolutely quiet, and you're like something might come out, but I don't know. And then you get halfway down the hall and you see the dogs bursting through the fucking windows. That makes your fucking heart jump out of your chest.
Yes. And see, that is what films are missing. That's what films are truly missing. Because, like, I mean, think about it. How often do you really get scared in movies anymore? But you can
None.
play a
Never.
game and it's scary. It's because you have time, like, in film world, you may, especially like a low budget film, you are pressed for time, you're pressed for resources, you're pressed for location, and location is the biggest thing. That's why they always, that's another trope. This is another trope I want to bring up. They always say, why do the girls run back into the house? It's because the filmmaker can't afford her to go anywhere else but that house. They're keeping it in the same location. And
Yeah.
that is why that trope exists. And that there there's a reason behind all of it. The final girl, you know? Look at where film was 50, 60, 70 years ago. Men were paid more and men were usually the stars. And it was a really big deal for a woman to get a leading role. And horror was welcoming that. Like, give us these women. We want beautiful women on screen screaming and dying. It brings money in, it banks. And that's why you have the final girl. And it shows within that as well, and I have to say this because if I don't, I know we'll get called out for it, but that shows a broad range of a strong female character, not a weak female character.
I agree. But all right, so listen. I I was gonna bring this up in one of my future specials or something. But don't you feel like recently in horror movies they make women too strong? Like 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 where they're not scared, where like they are walking up to fight Michael Myers or Jason.
Um, yes and no. But I would say the reason of yes is because I know it's exactly what you're talking about, and I don't think anyone's going to go up to these serial killers and try to fight them.
I'm not.
No
Yeah,
one, no one's going to.
no one.
And if you do, you're stupid. You're not smart. And that's not playing it smart. And it's overdone in every horror film that's been very recent. Now, it's one thing to face your demons, and I think that that's what they're wanting to try to portray there. And since you have a woman in the spot, it's like, okay, we're going to show a strong female character, and she's going to face her fears. Blah 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 blah. I'm sorry, but it's 2025, and it's been established since Alien that we have strong female characters. Now, given Alien, she had no choice but to do what she had to do because she wanted to live and she was smart. So I think that that naturally shows a strong female character, which is not a bad thing. But when you are pushing the political factor in it to say, okay, we want this, you can tell when some things are pushed too far. And that's when I say no, like I don't like it because they're pushing it too hard and it doesn't feel right or familiar in a way. And I say that because, like, when you look at, like, um, what is it, like Nightmare on Elm Street, and you see the way that she's trying to fight back because she can in her dreams and she's doing this, but like most of that movie she's petrified trying to figure out how to live
Mhm.
rather than just going in there guns out blazing. There's a way that you approach it, I feel like, and then there's a way that I think is an overdone approach, and that's what I'm trying to say. And the overdone approach just seems so, uh, like
Yeah,
I've seen it, like yeah.
because I like in the 80s when I watched horror films, right? Women defeated the villain by using their brains. They outsmarted them, right?
Mhm.
And I feel
Yeah.
like if a woman was going to go up against a big, towering, strong figure, would it be a creature, monster, whatsoever? It's not going to be from brute strength or I'm going to do karate on him. I think a woman is going to outsmart, set up traps and to outsmart. I just like here's one
Yes.
instance in a film that bothered me. Freddy versus Jason. Bad movie, but I loved it. I saw it in the theaters opening weekend, loved it, right?
Love it.
But I'm a black man, right? I grew up around nothing but black women my whole entire life. Love black women, right? But there's never a
Mhm.
scenario ever, Adam, ever that a black woman is going to tell her white female friend, unless they're lovers or partners. I'm talking about just a friend, homegirls, right? Hey, get the fuck out of here! I'm going to go and fight Jason. That's never happening. That's never fucking happening. And Jason, fuck you, you ugly ass motherfucker. Swap. That's never happening. That's never happening. And I see that. Okay, I'm gonna jump something. I see that especially when they portray a black woman, where like black women are some kind of tough, masculine figures that are there to protect everyone else. And I'm not saying that black women are not strong, powerful individuals, but it's almost like you're making them into something masculine or overly masculine. Or I mean,
Yeah.
have you seen recently?
I think, and I hope that this does not offend in any way what I'm about to say, but I think that is because, like, I used to have my friend group was 100% African American people, women
Mhm.
and men. That was all of my friend group. Now, I think what has happened is when we were somewhere and something would go down, like if somebody was doing something and it pissed her off, they're willing to fight. They're willing to go out into a fight with somebody. But I think people take that a lot of times. Like there's a lot of white girls who like to do that too, but
Mhm.
it's never talked about as much as it is black women. And I think what's happening is people are taking that and they're applying it to scripts that, oh, I'm going to beat your ass attitude. And they try to apply it to almost like they apply it in a way sometimes to characters that either it may work, but oftentimes they don't do that. They kind of like just kill them off. I think a great movie that came out recently in the last couple of years was The Blackening. And I don't know if did you see that one?
I saw I saw that movie, and one of the things that the woman says is, "I'm tired that black women have to be strong and saving everybody in a horror movie," and it's so true. Like I don't know where that concept came from.
And I think what it's doing is, and I think it's trying to say, "Oh, the dumb white girl's going to go do this," because how often is it that they show a black woman having sex in a horror film? She's not going to because it's always
Never.
said that a if you have sex, you're going to die, and that trope literally comes from the whole moral base of our society during the times that these films were made, because all the way up into the 90s there was a morale in society, like, ooh, there's nudity on TV, ooh, blah blah blah, but everyone accepts the dumb blonde. Everybody knows that the dumb bimbo is probably going to show it in the film. She's probably going to die in the film, and then that's where you have the whole like dumb blonde in the film, and they're trying to show so many aspects, but do you ever see this applied to men at all? No, you
No.
don't. Never. And that's a problem. I feel like that's a problem because they have such an emphasis on women and their appearance and how they, you know, I would rather see something more realistic, um, and see that, like, it's usually they're trying to portray, okay, the black girl is like, let's get the fuck out of here, and the other girl's like, no, we gotta find so and so, and then they split. Black girl dies, white girl lives. Blah blah blah. That's the way it normally happens, and I don't agree with it. I don't like it. Get more creative. Get
Yeah,
more creative in what you're making because in today's time, especially with Disney, like Disney hires feminists to come in and rewrite and literally look at the script and the production as a whole and make sure that every form and aspect of that film, example Star Wars, and they make sure every part of that film is feminist, every part of it, every aspect. And that's not right because we know Star Wars back in the day, all the comic books, everything, that there is a hardcore, die-hard fan base. And if you really wanted to go and make a movie, Disney, go to your source material and stop doing what you're doing, just like what you did with Snow White. You would bank you they have enough resources that they could blow up their entire brand and make probably $1 billion come in off the Star Wars franchise if they made movies based on Star Wars and not their own feminist opinions. That is because the story's already there. Why are you changing the story? The fan base is already there. You have men who are grown who has loved it since they were kids, and you're changing it, trying to capture this new fan base. How about just welcome them to the fan base, the new generation, and show them what Star Wars is?
but isn't that an issue also with horror right now? Because I've talked to so many filmmakers um, who would change the title of their movie, or I'm not going to show any nudity, or I'm going to paint men in this bad, characteristic, and women are bright and pretty. Do, do you think that that's because of the whole feminist movement? That it's also affecting horror in some way?
I do think that 100%, but you have two sides to every story. Like you got one side where you have everybody pushing OnlyFans, the OnlyFans models, the OnlyFans actors. There's no slut shaming. They're literally fighting on the internet. Some of these actors are saying, if you slut shame, you're off my friends list, or if you are against this, just defriend me, and anyone who stays friends with them, defriend them. You can't do that. That is what's happening. And then you have these sleazy horror films come out, and then you don't have a wide audience for that. But instead, you have a very sleazy audience going for that, rather than you have like horror movies being made by studios that's not independent, that's not using the OnlyFans models, and saying, okay, we're not doing that. We're not going to show any nudity. Blah blah blah. I think the horror fans still want nudity, still want the sex, still
Yeah.
want the tropes of what is in your basic slasher film. But then you have society saying that this is unacceptable when society is already accepting it right now, because you can't say something bad about someone's like there's a different morale that has changed horror today, and that was something that I had notes on, that I wanted to talk to you about today, was because let me actually pull it up and see what I wrote um, real quick. It's in my notes. Next one, I believe it's right here. Yep, it's right here. Let me go all the way. Uh, no, it's not that one. The campy one. Sounds funny and gag jokes, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I made so many notes that it was ridiculous. Ridiculous. But
No.
it is right here.
Uh-huh.
If you want to live in a horror movie, don't have sex. During the generation I grew up with, sex and entertainment was still somewhat kind of repressed. And when I say that, when I'm talking about the 90s, of course, there was nudity and sex in Hollywood movies. But look at all the other generations before the 90s. People still had morale back then.
Hmm.
And it was a shock to see nudity. It was a shock to see sex. It was like the taboo, that scene, you know? And they never showed men nude. They did sometimes, but now it's not uncommon to show male nudity. I think that that's how it's progressed.
Hmm.
What has happened? They're always complaining about doing the nudity. Now men are doing the nudity as well. And let's see. But now it's not uncommon to show male nudity. Look where society is going. There's a push to accept OnlyFans. There's a push on social media, especially in the indie horror community, accept porn and porn stars. I think there is still a line today in horror movies. There's only one step would be the one step forward would be showing explicit sex scenes in films. And I think that that's where we're at. It's no longer about the shock and the naughtiness of showing those scenes in movies. It's about getting someone who's going to show it all, who's going to do it all. And they're going that back then they had a lot of Playboy, a lot of gorgeous
Hmm.
women in film doing this stuff. One of my favorite movies is Evil Tunes. All three leads were excuse me, there's four of them. Um, two no three of the girls were porn stars. One of them was not, and she actually um, did a lot of. I think she was like also like on the 90s The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob
Hmm.
Briggs. I cannot think of her name right now, but Monique Gabrielle, her work had a fan base. Like, her work is amazing, but her fan base was very strong back in the day. And I think that we should be looking at some of the scream queens back from the 80s and 90s and looking at why they were so successful, what they did in film, and just taking that aspect of it and just amping it up. Instead, they're going to the okay, let's get the pornographic actors who just doesn't care, where anybody could see them. Get someone who is, where you might find somebody who's never done it before. And I'm not saying
Yeah.
like because these other girls like they were porn stars, but they were the top notch A-list adult film stars
Yeah.
of the 80s and 90s. These
It's
were
just
women
not.
that were glamorous, gorgeous, and high budget. Like even the adult film industry, which I have a high respect for the art that they put into those movies. There's a gay filmmaker. I want to say it was like the 70s and 80s. Um, Wakefield Poole. He made gay gay art house films. His films are so artistic. I feel like they should be in a museum, but they have scenes of explicit sexuality in the film. And what I'm saying is like these some of these people you don't get that in today's horror movies. They don't look that role. But then if you say that, people are like, okay, well now it's body shaming and blah blah blah, and then you have every aspect of like you can't body shame, you can't say this, you have to accept OnlyFans, you have to accept these people that their morale and blah blah blah, and that is what has changed horror a little bit from certain aspects in film when doing these scenes or casting the girls in the films. Um, with men, I really wish that they would take more time into actually their character development, their kills, because it's always a short kill scene for a man, but it's a very elaborate one for a female. It should be both ways. Now,
I
back
agree.
in the back in the 80s, we look at Nightmare on Elm Street. I think it's a perfect example of doing male and female kills because they are so artistic and done so well. Johnny Depp in the bedroom. Wow.
Yeah.
Probably the best kill in the whole movie. I mean, I honestly really
One
think.
percent.
And or the girl at the beginning, but where she goes up into the ceiling and they use the rotating set for that. Wow. Those two really stick out to me, but that's a great example of doing justice to that character. She also had the sex scene right before, like, and they had fallen asleep, so it was a little bit of naughtiness. They casted a very beautiful woman in it, and also it was done really well. You look at the male, great looking guy, horrible death, and he was the heartthrob of the movie, Johnny Depp. I
Yeah.
think that is a prime example of how it's done well, um, in my opinion. So,
But the porn industry is dried up right now.
yeah.
It's because you can watch porn for free. No one's going out and buying DVDs or VHS anymore. I mean,
I
and
I think that they're sitting on, like, if you're never gonna be able to get rid of pornography. It's
no,
always there. But, like I said, you can give it to, people. There is one, actually, I think it was actually right there, but where is that? It's,
but there's no
no, I
big
didn't get it. But
porn companies like Vivid or West Coast Productions putting
they
out big movies. I mean, if you go into porn as an actor or actress, you're not the money is not there anymore. That's why a
and
lot of
it
them are going
should
to
be.
OnlyFans.
It should be, because they do have talent in the adult industry, and
Mm-hmm.
they do have talent in the indie horror industry where they do have porn stars. Now, this I think that they should try to work to get out of porn. But what I will say is that some of the movies, the way that they were artistic, like, I don't know if you've ever seen any of the interviews with Ginger Lynn Allen, where she talked about what it was like working on those sets and how much they were getting paid. And what was I think it was like a $50,000 a movie she was making. It was insane. Like, for just to make the movie $50,000, that was her pay, and she would charge by scene. And my thing is about that is now these women aren't making that kind of money. They're going out and doing the content. The films are not artistic at all. But if you look at some of those films and you see how artistic they were incredible. I'm not saying that I sit and watch porn, but I have seen them and viewed them for art purposes. Obviously, it's not my cup of tea, but I mean, obviously, but I have watched them, and there's one specifically that I think is really unique, and I do want to point this out. I found a connection that we have talked about several times about porn stars working in horror, and if you look back, there was horror parodies being done all the way back in the 80s. There's Friday the 13th, A Nude Beginning. There's Friday the 13th Part 2, The Next Generation. Now get this though. Guess who was in or guess who made some of these films? He worked in the horror industry. He worked with Wes Craven. Do you remember? I cannot remember his last name for the life of me right now, but I have to actually talk to his son because his son is friends with me on Facebook. His dad was a huge adult film star, but he was in the original Last House on the Left. He was the guy who was older. I think Salt and Pepper Hair had his hair kind of back. I think his name was like Fred something. That's why I was looking. I know I have part one right here. It was Fred. It just has the Fred. Well, it doesn't have who it was directed by, but he directed the film. He directed the Friday the 13th films, and he made all kinds of adult films. But he was in Wes Craven's original Last House on the Left. He was one of the gang members. And then also, the star of the film was Michelle Varon, Barbie, who was in Jim Wynorski's Sorority House Massacre Part 2. She was the lead. And they worked together. Now, if you go back to Ginger Lynn Allen's filmography for a second, she worked with Robert Kerman, who was in Cannibal Holocaust, and he was the main guy who was viewing the
Mm-hmm.
film and showing it. And Robert Kerr was was in scenes with Ginger Lynn Allen in adult films. And so I think that there's always been that connection, but people just don't really know about it, because that's why I have viewed some of the films. Only because there are people, and if you look at Ginger Lynn Allen, when I grew up, she was doing horror. She did
Yeah.
Edgar Allan Poe's Buried Alive, Mind, Body, Soul. She did Satan's Storybook, which I got up there, which is probably one of the greatest shot on video anthologies I've ever seen. It's two stories, but so freaking good. And like, that is why I was like, oh, she's an adult star, but she's worked with this person from the horror industry. She worked with this person from the horror industry. And then she was in, what was it, Vice Academy or something like that? No, no, no. I can't remember. It was where she's in school to be the police. I think it is Vice Academy. Linnea Quigley was in it, and they were the lead, Ginger Lynn Allen and Linnea Quigley. And they were going to Police Academy trying to, I think that's what it was, maybe the Police Academy. But Melissa Moore was in later sequels and stuff like that. She's a huge Scream Queen, was in the original Scream Dream. Um, but they all kind of knew each other and worked. But then when you look at Sorority House Massacre 2, you had Savannah in that one,
Hmm.
who
Yep.
also did The Invisible Maniac. Um, and she was in Sorority House Massacre 2. And The Invisible Maniac is a great film. And
Excellent film.
Savannah was the biggest adult film star until she unalived herself. And there's the connection. But the connection was that these were professional, gorgeous models. That that is why I feel like there's a difference in, like, not everybody's a model. I mean, we can't all
No,
be. I'm
no,
no model, but there's
but
a
that's
difference. Yeah.
but that's what society has. It's this whole society that everybody is beautiful, right?
Yeah.
And yes, everybody's beautiful in their own way, but not everybody is beautiful, right? Majority of people are average looking, right? I'm an average
Yeah.
looking guy, right?
Yeah.
I'm an average looking
Yeah.
guy. I'm not afraid to say that because average means the majority. Majority of the people in this world are average looking,
Yeah.
you know.
And one of the other things about that is that a lot of these women don't look like themselves on screen as they do in real life. That's not a problem. You
Hmm.
know, like, let's look at The Substance, for example. Who was her name was I cannot remember her last name, Margaret, the girl who played the other self of Demi Moore.
Hmm.
She is not that beautiful in real life 24/7. But in the movie, she was the prime definition of perfect.
Yeah,
And I've seen her, and it was toned down like when you see her in real life. That's the thing, is that some of these indie actors, they're not amping their style for a movie. They're playing
no,
themselves in the
yeah,
movie. That that's a trope. The beautiful woman in movies. That trope has been unused, and I'm not saying that we should do it. I'm not saying, like, we don't do it. I'm just saying that if you want a movie where you want a hot woman, and if you hire somebody from the indie community, then you should amp up their style. That is one of the things that I personally do when I did both my films. You've seen clips
yep.
and stuff of my film. I even had Deborah Dutch, um, all done up in my aesthetic, you know. And she had glitter on her. She had the jewels that was just gleaming on screen. I'm talking like you could see those jewels gleaming on screen. We had bubbles. She'd taken the bubble bath with the bubbles coming down on the bubble machine, and we had bisexual lighting, which bisexual lighting I like to do. That's kind of something, like, I think that I have taken to the very extreme rather than the way, like, some people do it. And the reason I do that, and that's my signature thing, is I want to capture the viewer and make sure that whatever they see on screen, whatever they're looking at, they don't want to look away, even in those moments that are not heightened with violence or heightened with an unaliving, but also the low points where it might just be talking, it might just be walking through a house. Every frame of that movie that I just did, Scream Dream, is shot in 100% bisexual lighting. Not only that, but we take the lamps, like right now I have a white light on me, right?
Hmm.
Every lamp had a spiral um, light bulb in it. So as it spiraled, you could see it on the walls, but it was different colors and they would
Oh, yeah, I
change.
did see that in the clip. Yeah.
And we did that in every scene, and we amped it up with glitter to be shimmery to get that shimmer effect. And I think that a lot of films today, they're not looking at their production design. They're not looking at their actors and how they need to be looking, because one of the biggest things, and this is what I'm wrapping around to, is I chose everyone's wardrobe. I gave everyone a specific color to wear. So, like, for example, I wanted Aaron to wear pink. Pink is one of my favorite colors. Pink is, to me, the best color. Why? Because it is just so lush to look at, especially on screen. When you look at, like, Slumber Party Massacre 2, that movie is so pastel based on their pastel guitars, their pastel
Yep.
attire. The Crystal Bernard is wearing a one of those Ace sweaters that has the pastel pink with the white stripe, with a pastel light colored denim overalls in the first like part of the Slumber Party Massacre 2. It's pastel, and I love using pastel because it gives the viewer a little bit of relatable, like they can relate to those classic late 80s movies because they didn't have that in the early 80s. Um, and I'm not a big fan of early 80s visual style. The way that they look, I mean, they're gorgeous. Don't get me wrong. My favorite is the late '80s, where it's really colorful and pastel and rockerish. I like that. Which, nothing bad towards the beginning of the '80s. I want to make that clear. But that is one of the things that I do is I give everybody a specific color pattern. I make them wear glamour makeup. Why? Because I watched a movie that I don't want to say the name of. Um, in He is in the indie industry, but they made a movie where the girls showed up in what they were wearing. They were wearing just all everybody's wearing black. Everybody's wearing black. And it's like, where's your they're all kind of blending in on the screen at this point. You don't want like four people sitting on a couch all wearing black with nothing in the back on the walls, no over lighting, no lighting at all. You're already working on a shoestring budget. Add a little bit of color. You know what I'm saying? And like with me, when I think about like the 50s and the 60s, and you think about the old diner, and you go in, it has the neon lights, and you're getting your sundae, and even your sundae was pastel and colorful. Their
Yeah.
cars were pink and blue back then. You don't have that anymore. When you go outside today and you look at the world and you look at like a parking lot with all the cars, they're all the same thing. And I work at a job right now where I have to put the color of the car. I don't want to say my job over, but I have to put the color of the car. Every car that comes through there, 90% of them are either gray or black. There's no color anymore.
Yeah.
There's no variety. There's no art to society. It's living in a modern time, and people were really pushing those modern tones. I think starting in the 90s, kind of coming out of the 90s and the 2000s, and things just became really modern. That was the in style for your interior design of anybody's house. And it gets boring to look at. Who wants to look at a beige colored room in every house with the same kitchen that's got apples in it and the same bathroom that's got your sailboats? So I
Exactly.
think that that's one of the things that I do specifically in my film is we dressed the set. We spent over $20,000 on just props, and we took all those props up to is it Indiana? It's Indiana. We took him up to Robertson, Indiana. We filmed at the Cobalt House, which is a gorgeous old Victorian house. It's a bed and breakfast, and Raven had done photos there, and she had recommended the house, and I contacted them, and they were just amazing people. They had an extended stay across the way, so you had this giant old Victorian house, beautiful sets, every type of room in it imaginable, and then you have a house across the street that's turned into a duplex, and each side has its own feel. Like it's a little bit more modern in one, so we could show like the teenage apartment. And then when you're at her family's home, she's in the old Victorian house. But then you also had the office, you had the pool room, you had a variety of sets. And I think that that's something that a lot of filmmakers have a problem finding. And I think set design is everything. And if you can't pull off the set design, your film is just not going to work. And I think that that's, you saw some of the footage of
Yeah.
Scream Dream, and you know that
It's beautiful. I
this.
mean, it's a beautifully. I mean, it's beautiful. So, by the way, I've been smoking a pink vape this whole entire time, and I'm not going to give the name what's the company because they're not paying me. But yes, strawberry shortcakes was amazing. But there's been an indie horror movie. I'm gonna say this with a straight face. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. But there was an indie horror movie that was given that late '80s. look to it, and it was called Murder Size. Did you get a
Mhm.
chance to see that?
I did watch it, and I will say a positive, and I'm going to say a negative about it, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
The positive was I appreciate what they were trying to do. I appreciate what it looked like with the poster art and their outfits and things like that. I appreciate that. It was the story that I just was like really not. I just wasn't on board with. I found myself slightly getting bored. Now, before anybody goes off of me, Slash Lorette Party that same director did
Amazing
was
movie.
amazing.
Love it. Love it.
Amazing movie. It was
Amazing movie.
fantastic. I
I had
know
it
what he was
on,
trying to
and
do.
I had both the husband and wife on, and I said I love that movie. This is before I started the Murder Size. I love that movie.
Classic. It's going to be a classic. In my opinion,
Yeah,
Slash Lorette Party will be a classic, and I'm proud of them for doing that film. And I'm not saying I'm not proud of Murder Size for them. I'm glad that they did that. And I know what they were trying to do. He was trying to tap into like that Linnea Quigley workout, that like um, killer workout movie. Like he was trying to tap into the exercise films of the '80s and do a horror version of that in today. Now, why to me that's not going to work is simple reasons. Like I said, it was just unbelievable. But for me, the first thing that comes to mind is what are we eating today? All of our food has steroids. You have women who have ate steroided meat, and they at a young age grow these. It's just not natural anymore. That's why it's good to have more natural food. That is something that my mom brought up to me a while back. Is the steroids in food. This is not coming just from me. This is coming from a woman as well. And it is a proven fact that if you eat steroid meat, it changes your body. Same thing for men, it's changed their bodies. Men had a more physique, Adonis body when in horror films of the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, they had that, but then the food changed, your body changes. Okay? People don't look the way they used to. When you look at like early 90s, like 91, I brought this movie up a while back, but the movie there's actually a few movies I'm going to mention here, and it has almost every single scream queen, every single big actress of the B world's films of the '90s. Like it has all of them in it, and that would be the Bikini Car Wash Company, the Bikini Drive-In. You had Bikini Summer, and Bikini Summer had the guy where they put the one that they put the hot dog weenie on his head. Do you remember that in Slumber
yes.
Party Massacre?
Hmm.
He was in Bikini Summer. So like a lot of these actors were in horror films as well as like uh, the sex films of the 80s and 90s. The sex comedies is what they were, and that's what they were. And those women look totally different from today's women. The men look totally different from today's men on both sides. It's not just women; it's men too. And when you're doing a movie about like an '80s throwback, I would hire uh, more girls like August Kiss, who was in the beginning of that movie, who
Hmm.
had the extreme like hourglass physique, because that is what those exercise videos were. When you look at the substance, same thing. And the substance did a really good job, I think, with it because they showed the physique women doing the exercises, the believable women doing that, and the pressure for the body image, which that's what the whole movie is about, is body image. And so I don't want to like down it too much because I don't. It's just the people that was in it was not right for the part, and
I
in
get
any
that.
way, shape,
Yeah.
or form. And that is why it didn't work. I think that the story didn't flow well, where they were talking with each other and having the conversations. There's great ways to play off people, and one of the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest actors to ever be on film in modern television or film, Lady Gaga and Dennis O'Hare in Hotel. It's a great when you look at that. I'm not saying it like just specifically that part, but the way that they play off each other. You can see that they are in that moment. They are in that scene, and it is not fake. It is real life. And they play off each other so well. That's why I love Hotel so much, is because I can watch those scenes and everything they're saying, I'm loving it so much, I will tear up because they play off each other so well. And in the film, Murder Sides, the actors aren't playing off each other very well, in my opinion. Um, but I still love the director. I think he does great work. I love that he has Ginger Lynn Allen in his films and like all of them.
Yeah.
Um, and he had me and him have talked before, and I've seen some of his collection of stuff that he has, and he posts it sometime. He has a lot of the bikini films of the '90s and things like that. So he knows that there's a difference in the way you should look for something like that. I think it's just really hard to find that because women don't look like that anymore. So should he have made the film? I mean, that's his prerogative. I'm glad he did, and I'm glad that people are out there making their art, but it just did not work for me for that reason.
Yeah, so I mean, I gave that movie a Horror Realm Award for best tits and ass because I mean, listen, that's what anybody who's watching that movie, that's what you're there for the most part.
Yeah,
Storyline,
it was not good. Not
yeah,
like Slasher at Party. I'm sorry, but God, I know that
Slasher at Party
Paul,
was so fucking good. I mean, the fucking boyfriend hiding in the fucking closet, like,
he
oh my,
played with the tropes. That's
yes,
why
it
you
was
have to have
so
tropes.
fucking good. That movie was so. I mean, listen. I was bragging about it, but I was like, this movie is so fucking. By the way, it's on Tubi if you want to watch it. It is so fucking good, and like, it was the first time. Hold on, listen, if you haven't seen the movie, but it was the first time like the asshole survived to the end, and like because the asshole would do asshole things to survive.
Yeah, and it's important to incorporate those tropes that we're familiar with that's in that movie and do something new with it like he did. And that is
Yes.
why it was so good. It was unique, it was different, it was colorful. It had and he did that with Murder Size. He did the colorful and the set design. That was on point, at good times of the film, and the bad times, it wasn't so much, but, it's really hard to do that. Um, but that's something and, like I did with Scream Dream, one of the things that was important to me was I wanted to have that '80s feel, that '80s vibe, and I mean, we we went all out. Some costumes were like $1,500. So, like, just some of them. So it's like, if you're gonna do it and you have to have it's not an exercise video. This was a heavy metal band, so it was more believable. But I also do think that the girl that I got looks like the '80s. She does have tattoos. That's the only thing that kind of gives the '80s away because back in the '80s, tattoos were no-nos. But especially in the adult industry, I listened to a wonderful interview with Madison Stone about that. That's how she actually took a step of getting out of the adult industry. Was she tattooed herself because that's a no-no, and now everybody has tattoos. All the people who had tattoos, I think that they should be covered up because that's not acceptable in the '80s,
Correct.
especially on women in an exercise video. I mean, that's just me. I'm not saying anything bad about who does have them, but there's a certain look. That's why we have auditions. That there's a certain way to look. And like even with like Ariana Grande and Wicked, like she's tattooed up all on her hands and they cover that up with makeup.
Mm-hmm.
And more respect for that because you know, you're
Yeah.
actually going for the look. So that's I think it probably would have worked a little bit more if he had taken that initial step. So, and
Now,
that goes for men too. So,
and I 100% agree, and because I mean, even going back to what you were saying was switching your look up for each movie. Like that's something I don't understand about indie horror. And so I'm not an indie horror filmmaker. I'm not an actor, anything like that. But if you look at big budgeted movies, Denzel. Let's just use Denzel Washington, right? Denzel
Mhm.
Washington does not look. You know it's Denzel Washington, but he goes in the movie. It's something different. Whether he has a goatee, he has a beard, he has his hair's a little shorter. He doesn't look like the same person in every movie. And
Mhm.
when I see a lot of indie horror movies, whether it be male actors or women actors, uh, they all look the same. They don't even dye their hair. They don't do their hair in a different style. They just show up with the same look in
I think
every
that
single
that
movie.
goes I think that goes for both men and women
Yes, men and
100%
women.
because I have been in films where I kinda look the same in a couple of them, and then it's like, "Okay, I try to do something different." That's why I go to wigs, and I have worn a wig in 3 films that I've done, and, um, I'm not saying that wigs are always good, I don't say that I necessarily liked it in my movie, I think that there's certain ones look better than the others, right? When I had got one of my wigs for Deadly Dealings, my wig was not exactly the way it was supposed to be, so it came off looking like a wig. It wasn't until we played with it in one scene that it looked realistic, but it allows you to change the way you look. And
Hmm.
back in the day, women wore wigs. I mean, we look at Night of the
Yeah.
Living Dead. Barbara had a hairpiece on. It was not
Hmm.
her hair. You can clearly see that it's pulled back up in a ponytail, and then she has that like '60s vibe going on, where it's like kind of over and poofed out on the ends. That's acceptable. And I think men too. I think men should do it. I think women should do it. And then there's a point where you can just go all outrageous and go outrageous with not just your look, but your effects, your set, your design. And that's what I did with Scream Dream.
Yeah.
I took tropes of a shot on video movie. The tropes being of the original film is that they use a lot of pink lighting. Since it was so we used a lot of pink lighting. So like whenever the film is shot on video, it doesn't look really good. So what we did was we're gonna make this ultra cinematic to play nod to those films not looking the best. We're going to kind of switch it around and make it look the best. I have a lot of people today that think that Scream Dream is a shot on video film, and it's
It
not.
looks like it.
It looks like a cinematic art piece. When you look at the scenes, it's vibrant, it's colorful, and the reason that it's so exaggerated on purpose goes with when something is exaggerated so much it becomes campy. And
Yeah.
a great example of this that I do want to bring up is The Evil Dead. The first film, I don't really truly think was supposed to be campy, but if you make it, if you add so much blood and so much gore, it becomes funny and
Hmm.
people look at it as a funny, campy horror film because it's so overdone. But then you go to part two, and then they add the little joke in at the end, like
Yeah.
the Evil Dead. Whenever he has Evil Dead 2 at the very first of the movie, the girlfriend turns into the skeleton, and then he goes outside. He sees the chainsaw, but it's not there. It's just a chalk thing of it, and then she comes in with a chainsaw, and he hits it back on her. Jokes on him. It's like there's jokes on, and it's just like it's just that little bit of the jokes that you add at the end of those movies, or not the movies, but into those scenes where they're not serious, but they're campy, and
Yeah.
that's what's funny when you want to do it. And there's two ways to do it. You can either take it very seriously, and you can make a very serious scene. I think that there are a lot of great movies out there that have done it really campy and over the top, and they took it so serious of making it that they wanted it to be very serious, but it became so funny, you know.
Hmm.
And we look at like Dead Alive. Dead Alive plays on the campiness. It plays on Evil Dead Two. Is basically what it
Hmm.
plays on. It takes all the gore. Like it's gorier. It's probably one of the goriest films I've ever seen. Dead Alive.
Yeah.
The
Hmm.
lawnmower where he picks it up and he goes after the herd of zombies and he's just like,
Yeah.
you know, and it's like it's meant to be. It becomes funny,
Hmm.
and that's why we're talking about comedy horror is dead. It's because people aren't doing that. People aren't doing movies like Evil Dead 2 or Army of Darkness. But They're not even doing them like the original Evil Dead, where it was just so gory, it was campy, it was funny because it was just so over the top with the claymation that they did at the end. Brilliant, loved it. It's over the top and becomes campy. That's why comedy horror is not working out specifically in the horror genre. Instead, they're making crappy B films that they think, oh, this is going to be funny, like, a movie where it might be like an animal that goes haywire, or like the whole cocaine bear, and
Yeah.
now we got raccoon and stuff like that. And I haven't seen that, so but I'm just giving an example as to what I'm saying is like, so I don't want to down anybody's project. I have not seen it. I'm sure it's great. There's great people in it. But that's what I'm trying to say is like movies like that where they bring the animal in and stuff like that. It's just, is it funny? Not necessarily to me. Cocaine Bear was not
Yes.
funny at all. It had
No.
one great scene with the ambulance. That's it.
Hmm. That
But
was
you
yep.
have to take the tropes and amp them up outrageously with like they did with the ambulance scene. If that had been the whole movie
Hmm.
of them doing things like that, it would have worked. But that's why Sam Raimi is so amazing, why he's famous, is he actually got to the point in his movie The Evil Dead that it was so gory and so over the top that it became campy, even though it was meant to be a visceral horror film. And then you get to Evil Dead 2, and they're making fun of Evil Dead 1 because they're going all campied out with a little joke at the end to
Hmm.
add to it. And to me, that's what works if we're going to do comedy horror. Or even if you have a very serious horror film, it's great to add a little bit of those in there because it allows you to get all the tropes. It allows you to get the comedy, the horror at different times to separate them and still have a very scary film. I think that's why Scream works, is because Scream is so overdone in its scenes. We know what's going to happen. We know what's going to pop out, but it's like they go so serious with it, which I think is great.
Yeah.
They go serious with it, but then it's like very gory and it goes so totally wrong. And then it plays with the horror tropes itself while doing the tropes, and then that's how you play by rules. Scream is not just its own franchise, it is a vine sprouted out to all the other horror films and connects itself to each one, whether it be Black Christmas, The Killer Within the House, whether it be um, the final girl trope where you have Sidney Prescott with nobody wants her to die, and then it goes through different types of horror. Uh, the different types of horror in all the movies, along with different types of final girls. And then you have, like you said, like I'll be right back, and then they go out to the garage to get the beer. Like, why would you do that? And then
Exactly.
it's like it plays with so much. The phone
I
call, the
agree.
killer in the house, and that's why it was so great. Is it knew that it was playing with the tropes. You've got to have them in there, but every trope comes from somewhere, and it's like I've even thought about today, what would be new tropes to be added in? Because back in those times, like in the 70s, 80s, 90s, people left their doors unlocked. Now
100%.
people don't do that. And you can go outside of your house at night and it's just as dangerous as if you was in one of those horror films. And it's just outside your door. How do you get horror heightened to that level?
Yeah.
That's
I
the
agree.
question I think a lot of people are asking. I think Blink Twice really captured that
Yes.
because we all
100%.
know what happened with the whole Diddy story, and it plays off of people who are the elite,
But
the celebrity.
one thing about that movie is, um, when it comes to celebrities, right? Every every woman I've ever dated in my whole entire life, relationship wise, whatever, right, has had a story of them sleeping with a famous person, right?
Yeah,
And every single one of those stories, they break the normal rules that they would they break the rules with those guys that they wouldn't do it with just some average Joe Schmo. Whether it be going home with him the first night after meeting him, or him not taking him on a date, or him not getting an STD test, whatever, right? There's normal set rules that women have when it comes to dating, average Joes. But a lot of times, those rules get immediately broken if it's a famous guy. Those rules get broken because it seems like we as a society, we trust celebrities or famous people. We think
Hmm. And we
that
shouldn't.
they're not going to do nothing to us because they're in the limelight. That's Channing Tatum. I see Channing Tatum on TV all the time. He's dancing. He was Channing Tatum's not going to rape me, kill me, murder me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, you hit it spot
Yeah.
on.
I would love to say that in my 20s, I wouldn't follow Holly Berry onto a plane. If she came up to me and said, "Hey, you want to hop on a plane with me to go to my private island," that I would say no. Adam, I would not say no.
Yeah, I think that here's my thing. I think that it's something new that's never been done before
Hmm.
in movies. I
Yes.
feel like if people kind of went down that direction and turned that into a trope, I think that would be a trope. Um,
Yeah.
Being invited somewhere where you probably shouldn't go. That's not done very much in horror films, in my opinion. I mean, everybody's like for example, like prom night, they'll go to their car and start making out, and then they get killed. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
Mhm.
actually going somewhere, and it would
For
be
the,
hard to kind of make that in indie because do we have the money to go to an exotic place like that?
yeah.
No, but back in the day, they did, and they did that with a lot of like the Spanish, the Italian films like that. Joe D. Amato did the Emmanuel films, and the Emmanuel films are some of the most amazing, gorgeous, lush films you will ever watch
I just watched
because
my little spin.
they went to like Bangkok, they went to the jungles, they went to the lavish
Yeah.
islands, they went to Egypt. Emmanuel went around the world, like literally.
Yeah.
There's she has her own movie about that, but those films are so lush with so much cultural significance in those films. And I think cultural significance is important uh, for horror as well. But I think that it's just really hard because a lot of horror is not got those budgets to really do that, unlike Blink Twice did. I think it did really well. Um, but also, back in the 70s and 80s when those Emmanuel films were being made and people were going like, was it Bruno Mattei? Is that how you say his name? And he did the zombie movies with that. He went to obviously exotic places, but it was cheaper to travel and cheaper to do it back
Yeah.
then, whereas now it's not. It's
It's
like a nightmare
outrageous.
getting a plane ticket now.
It
Imagine
is.
trying to get your equipment over there. It would be a disaster, you know?
Mhm. Because
So,
I was just looking at a plane from traveling from Maryland to Atlanta, which before COVID I could do that for under $150 round trip,
yeah,
and it's going to cost about $300 or $400 for a round trip to go to Atlanta, which is not that fucking far. I'm like, holy shit!
it's
It's like,
ridiculous.
yeah, but that's why I don't see no one traveling anymore. I look on social media and people used to be traveling all the time, and people just don't travel anymore.
And see, that's this. I want to say that this kind of ties into like crowdfunding. When people crowd for movies to actually make movies, I do want to say this at this point because there was a post on Facebook that somebody shared today where this guy had said that he was not going to watch any independent films that were crowdfunded because they all just pocket their money, they blah blah blah, and that they're horrible movies, that they're lazy filmmakers, that they're not filmmakers because they have to beg for money online. That is not what's happening. There are some people who do that, but people for like me, people who I've worked with, like I've worked with Trauma and Ben Johnson crowdfunded. His film just won Best Kill for Symphony of Dicks at Days of the Dead, Best Kill Scene that I was involved with. Amazing. When people crowdfund the movie, I do want to say this: you are helping making something that is hard to access or hard to do and deliver on the level that we're trying to.
Right.
If, like, for me, I didn't pocket any money whenever I did Screen Dream. Instead, I think we spent like $60,000 of our own money in making Scream Dream. Plus, we used the 20 grand from. Actually, no, we did 40. No, it was 45. I had it backwards. Excuse me. $45,000 what we put into it. 20 grand for the Indiegogo, and then together it was like $60,000 budget, something like that, $65,000 budget. And I'm still paying for stuff, and I'm still getting work. I'm working with a girl from Argentina right now who was on The Voice in Argentina, and she's doing my theme song, "Scream Dream," that we are remaking for the film. And I'm working. It's like it's crazy because we can work with different artists from around the world, and we can go out and not be censored or be told by a studio what we can and cannot do. We can be more daring by being able to do this. We can bring better films, better classics, and ultimately, every person's dream is to make it big, be that next big horror director. And if you look at all the greats, such as Wes Craven, Sam Raimi, John Carpenter, Toby Hooper, they all were independent film directors asking for money from producers to help get their movie started, and look at where they went. Like, Halloween was independent, and what's the difference between asking a producer for money or asking a fan base for money? In
Right.
my opinion, there's no difference. It's just how much they're giving to help get it. You have to have more of the fan base than you would a movie producer to help make it. And it's all of those people coming together in one project to help create something good. And not only does it feel good as a director, because not only are there hundreds of people supporting you, but they're believing in you to make this movie. And that is a great feeling. And when you deliver and it becomes good and you take it to all these film festivals and it can win awards, I have one of the awards back here. I literally cried. I was so tearful when I got this, and it was a CreepyCon for Deadly Dealings, and they they loved it, and it's not my favorite film, but it was a way to get everything together, make a movie, and play with my artistic taste, play with my style. What am I going to create? It's my first film, and then when you believe in that director and you delivered on that, and it's award winning, and it's not everyone's cup of tea, it's a little bit of a slow burner. But if that person's doing another film like I did, Scream Dream, and we amped up the action, amped up the nudity, amped up the gore, amped up the visuals, amped up the set design, amped up the costumes, we amped it up so much that you're not even going to be able to recognize me in this except only the color of the film and the aesthetics. That's what you can see of me in my new film. But when you have many different directors going out there and they're starting and they're growing and becoming better, that means that you are not only helping somebody, do their dream, but you are help creating and probably an iconic director and helping them, and they would be more than gracious and thankful. That's the way I look at it. Not everybody is like that. I'm not going to say that I'm going to be one of the best directors in the world and that my film will be even remembered one day, but that was what our goal was. And another thing, like, just to get into a director's head, I do want to read something on here, but
Mhm.
there are, and I want to say this, there are tons of independent directors out there who know their shit.
Yeah.
Okay, and they are out there creating great movies. And what is so cool is when you watch it and you see just how amazing it is, and you can say, I'm a part of that. I was in it. My
Yep.
song, my work is in it. But at the same time, for the independent directors, it's so hard when you're pressed for time and you can only shoot for 2 weeks. You're making a movie in 2 freaking weeks. And if you
Yeah.
can make it that good, great. And that's why something like that, a comment like that on Facebook, the person opposite doesn't know what they're talking about. They don't know, like with my life, mine and Steve's life has been so tremendously restricted because we spent so much money, we went in debt, and we've been paying off that debt, and we can't buy a new house right now, and we want to. And sometimes it's hard for groceries, or it's hard if you want to go out to eat, or if you need new clothes, or because we have put everything into it, like Ben Johnson did with Curse of the Weird Deer. That man put everything he had to the dime into that movie, and it is every bit of amazing as it should be, and it will, without a doubt, be a classic with Trauma.
But don't you think also too there? But there's individuals out there, and we talked it about on our live show. Um, our indie roundtable that we had a
Hmm.
couple of months ago, last year, whenever the fuck it was. And but there's certain individuals out there that do take the money, and they do have a lot. They're not putting anything personally themselves into it.
It's
There's
not
no
just the
skin in the game.
directors, it's also some of the actors. It's not just directors, it's some of the actors. That's why it doesn't matter how popular someone is in the genre. Are they worth it? Are they worth that? If
But
they
that's what I was
are,
saying.
go for it. Yeah. But some people, like I told you last time, I think somebody paid $8,000 for an actor. And I was like, and I'm nothing bad about this. I'm like, I'm glad that this person made this movie. I think it's really good. I got to see an early version, but that's like insane. Eight
Yeah.
grand? Like, I mean, come on. We can get talent without spending that much money. And so it's not just directors. I do think it's actors as well, and that's why you have to know who is passionate about it, who's going to get in a meeting with you and talk about it, who is going to read for you and sit together with the cast. I still to this day have never been able to get a cast reading because there's always somebody, or I'm not going to say it's someone, but it's always come up. I can't do this. I can't do a reading. I'm busy. Blah blah blah. And it's like they're the first person I usually reach out to. I've got to
Yeah.
do a reading with another film, and I'm sitting here thinking, my style, and what I'm trying to go for. And Scream Dream was not in any way less than what it was, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's a remake of a movie. If you look up online what are the biggest SOV films out there, Scream Dream is listed. And it is because it comes from Donald Farmer. And if you know Farmer, which I have worked with Donald Farmer for a minute, I think you said you've interviewed him.
Mm-hmm.
The man knows his shit.
100%.
The man knows. I wish that he would write a book and just put everything that's in his mind into that book. I would pay every part of that. I would love to see it. Why? Because he is extremely, extremely knowledgeable and intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
And his movies are shot on video. And he worked for Fangoria. When he did Scream Dream, I think he was coming out, maybe a few of the heavy metal films of the 80s had already been made. But when he did Scream Dream shot on video, the whole movie was pink. The movie had Melissa Moore in it. It had the hand puppet in it. It had the chainsaw coming to the bed and cutting the girl in half. It had a great song in it. Scream Dream is a great song. That song should have went on and been more than what it was. And I think by taking that and amping it up like I did, people are going to be very shocked. And people have no idea. Like when you saw that clip, I know I showed you the one of Debbie. Um, did you see anything about shot on video with a VHS camera in that?
No.
No, no. But what I think those films are really important is because these were directors who contributed, whether it be Hugh Gallagher, Tim Ritter, or was it Todd Sheets? Um, they really went all out and picked up the camcorder, went out and made movies with great practical effects. They delivered on tropes. It wasn't necessarily as good, but they're very influential and they really inspire people. Like, if you can make a movie this way, you should be inspired to go out and create as well. And if
Correct.
you're into horror and if you love horror and you collect it and you breathe it, you live it, go out and be a part of horror history. That's what history
Yeah.
is like during that time the filmmakers picked up their camcorders. How amazing. And the thing about Donald Palmer is he wrote with Fangoria. He was on set of The Evil Dead 2. He was on set of John Carpenter's films. Wow. To be able to sit there and say, I watched that part of that movie
Yeah.
being made, to be able to be on set with George Romero, that's why this history is important. That's why shot on video is important. It's not just the movies, it's about the directors, where they came from, how they were influenced, who they networked with. That is so important to know when doing a indie horror film in today's time, because if you know how to network and you know that this person knows that person and this person stayed under this person was shown how to do this by this person, you know who to go to, even for connections to get things. And that really opens up the door for independent cinema, and especially in horror, because not only are we working with greats, like I'm looking at like I worked with Deborah Dutch, and she was in Jim Wynorski's films. Jim Wynorski made Chopping Mall, The Haunting of Morella, Edgar
Okay.
Allan Poe's The Haunting of Morella. Like he made such good movies. He made appearances as well. But then if you also look who they were influenced by, he was influenced by Roger Corman. Roger Corman is the king of B cinema,
Hmm.
making how many titles I can't even tell you. But then you
Yeah.
look at what Corman was doing, and you see, okay, he was making these extremely gorgeous films, like you know, when you look at like the Edgar Allan Poe movies. Wow,
Yeah.
and dude was total indie and went on to become a part of this history. And if you look at everyone who was inspired by who and where their work comes from, one can only hope that today in this time, as an independent director, people will look at my work and be inspired to go out and help make stuff tomorrow. That's why it's indie horror is so important, because there are directors that it has been talked about, like on Joe Bob Briggs's Last Drive-In, shot on video. Those directors showing bits and or watching the film and showing that it's becoming a part of our history in the horror genre, and people want to know more and they look into it. A new fan will go down many rabbit holes to explore and understand the genre. And there are some parts of horror that I don't want to go to, like the extreme underground visceral
Yeah.
horror films. I don't like those because I don't want to see it personally.
Yeah.
Cannibal Holocaust is about the only deep part where I will go to at this point in my life. You know, maybe there's a rabbit hole down somewhere else, but I'll go down one day. But I think that that's really important to understand and know that these people, you know, some people watch those movies and say this movie's shit on Letterbox. They'll be on Letterbox giving a horrible review, and I'm sitting here thinking, dude, how could you give a horrible review to someone who went out and did? You know, it may not have been a good film, but you can respect the
One
history and
percent.
what they did, and you have to mention that. You have to, because for
Because
somebody who likes Halloween, somebody who likes Halloween, that's a complete independent film,
Mhm.
and
It's
you're
my favorite
not
horror
only
movie.
you're not only shitting on independent cinema, but you're shitting on the ones that you even love.
But at the same time, like, so listen, I've never, ever, ever, I think you and I were talking about this off camera, we were messaging each other throughout the week, but I was like, I've never, ever shitted on, like, in my movie reviews, I've never, ever shitted on a movie on, like, I mean, completely fucking, fucking this is the biggest piece of shit ever, right? I've never ever done that, right? Because
Yeah.
even if I thought a movie was that way, I just wouldn't do a review. I just wouldn't do a review. I just wouldn't. I'm just not going to do a review of it
Yeah.
because I did that one time, and it was. Now I tell people all the time. People ask me like, "Well, how did you get into the interviewing portion of your show?" Because that's what the horror room was about. The horror room. I didn't know what the fuck. Okay, the horror room YouTube channel was originally set up to promote my consignment, my autograph consignment business, where I was going to be going out and getting consignments from all these horror conventions I'm going to, and people who
Hmm.
can't make it will get a Robert England autograph or whatever, right? They'll pay me to get the autograph, stay in line, get an autograph for them, and and then um, and then I was like, I started off with just doing like movie reviews and just random shit, like the Face of Horror thing. The contest blew up. Like I did a video on that and saying it was a scam, and that fucking blew up. Didn't know that
It
long
is a
ago.
scam. It's a huge
Yes,
scam.
and like I
Big of
did
a
not
scam.
know that was going to be my what I'm known for. You know what I mean? I did not know those videos were eventually what I could be. I'm more famous for those than any of my interview stuff, and which is crazy. But I blasted on a Tubi Tuesdays, one of my first ones, and it has the most views. It was a movie called Tiffany the Doll. Not don't don't think about Tiffany Chucky's wife or whatever. Tiffany the Doll.
Okay.
And I tore this movie apart in a review, and the director actually commented on the on the review, and she was like, "I would love to come on your show for an interview," and that was my first interview, and it was so good. By the way, if you haven't watched it, definitely watch that. I'll put the link at the end. Will be on the screen. But it is such a good interview, and I got to understand why her movie was shitty, and because this is the first time I've ever talked to an indie filmmaker. This is I didn't know that like you can pay an actor, a quote unquote mainstream actor or whatever, and they take your fucking money, and they're supposed to be there for more scenes than wasn't called. But oh, you went over, and I have another movie to shoot, so thank you for your $8,000, and that fucked your whole entire movie up. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
I've seen that happen a lot actually.
yeah. So I did not know the ins and out, and that's when I started
But
turning it into a thing.
people are going to sit there and that's going to fall back on the director, and if you say anything about it publicly, you're blacklisted. You're hated. And it's like you've got like there is a lot of honesty in what directors sometimes say, and sometimes there's always a side to every story. But a lot of it's true. What you hear someone gripe about, usually they have a reason that they're griping. Okay? But it happens. And I have seen it I've 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 seen it happen a lot with people with posting and things like that. And you can't blame a director for everything because some things
Yeah.
are out of their control. It's their film, but if somebody does that and takes what you said, all that money, like was it 8,000, something like that, like that hurt the film, and they owe an explanation to all the people who contributed to that and all the money they took. They owe an explanation, or they should
because
film it at a different time, and that's just even more money. But
because in that movie, and I brought up in the review, there was a individual in that movie, and they were in it for like one fucking scene, and it was just like dropped. You never seen them again, and I was like, what the fuck was that about? Like, why even introduce this character?
yeah,
And then in the beginning of the movie, and they just completely you don't see them anymore. That was the reason
yeah,
why.
yeah. I will say that there is a movie that I dearly love, and I honestly think that it's one of the greatest horror movies ever made. People are going to laugh at me when I say this, but I will give my reasoning as to why. But there was a lot of things that happened on that set, and the film was actually stolen. Um, and the same guy who stole, there's a Netflix documentary out about it called Sharkers, and it was a Thai film that was stolen, and it's incredible. It's a road trip, but that same guy was also working on the film The Last Slumber Party, which I have the release right here, and I do want people to see this because I do want to brag on somebody. They're not paying us to say this, nothing like that, but I do want to brag for a minute. Okay.
Mhm.
The release of The Last Slumber Party is amazing. Best special features on this, I have to give it. The film is one of my favorite movies, and I'm going to say this because it has the best one liners in it, the best campiness in it. It doesn't have any nudity in it, but the line delivery, like one of the girls is like, let's rustle up some menfolk. Seriously, like, okay, it's great. It's
Mhm.
campy, but they were taking it so serious. It's one of those films where they took it so serious, but it was also campy. And you listen to some of the special features on it, and you're just like, this is amazing. But this is a movie that I can watch, and when I watch it, every time I watch it, I feel like I'm Alice in Wonderland. I'm about to go down the rabbit hole. And by the time I get done with this movie, I'm always like, I just got out of Wonderland, y'all. It is the most weirdest feeling to watch this movie. But it also has the goopy blood, which I think is perfect. When you look at the title and you see how goopy that blood is,
Mhm.
it's literally telling you that this movie is just goopy, gory, funny. And there is some like great gore scenes in it, but it's like so cheesy at the same time. It's a scalpel that squirts out blood, and it's goopy blood. It's just so great. It's a great movie to laugh at. It's a great movie just to watch on the weekend, whether you're with your friends, if you're in high school and you want to get together and watch a movie, then just make fun of it. Watch that movie, but you'll also have such a great time. It's kind of the same as the Evil Dead 2. People
Mhm.
love that campiness, but it's just a lower budget. And one of the things that happened to this movie, which was really interesting, is that the original negative was stolen and was lost. And to this day, it's lost. I don't know if they actually mentioned that in this. I know it was mentioned on the documentary Shirkers, and I've actually talked to the original director about this film and quite a few times actually. And I also had a friend who passed away. Her name was Mary Louise Michelle. Uh, she played the nurse in the film, and she was friends with Steven Tyler, who, and yes, Steven Tyler is his name, who directed the film, and she told me a lot of stuff about it as well. But it's a regional horror. It's a fun horror film. The line delivery is so funny. The kills are so funny. The girl goes out and looks out the front door for the killer. Is he out here? No. So she closes the door and she goes back inside, and that plays with the what that trope that we were talking about. Why do they go inside? This movie
Mhm.
is filled with tropes, trope after trope. And the thing of it is that they couldn't do that. They couldn't have her go out because they were already making too much noise at night. They had to film it in the house.
Oh.
So you open the door, there's a dead person. Let me run back into the house where there's more dead people. Like, and it plays with that, and it knows what it's doing. And that's why I love that movie so much. And I hope one day I can actually give a review about it. And I tell everybody, like, I waited since Blu-ray came around. One of the first movies that I ever looked for was this one, and it just got its release. And I don't know if you can see the picture on the inside. Now it's you can't see it, but it's a some of the gore in this is just so funny. And I look and I think like today I made a list because I'm wanting to write a new horror film. Okay, and I is it this one? Yes. So I've been watching a lot of movies been watching a ton of movies. This is getting into a mind of director mode right here. So this is what I hope that every independent director is doing. Okay, is it's kind of like a check off list. Like what I like to do is I like to find things that I want to incorporate first before I write it. And I have written. I may have made 2 movies so far, but I have written umpteen scripts, tons of scripts, tons. Like by last year in January 2024, I was writing a ton of scripts, probably one a month, if not two a
Wow.
month, and just working out. I sometimes will delete them and just not do them, or I don't like them, but that gets my mind grinding for
Mhm.
for this, and this is what I hope independent filmmakers are doing. One of the here's my list. A mixture of tropes is my number one because you have to have the tropes. Is it campy horror? The greatest example ever given was Shaun of the Dead. Why is that movie so amazing? Is
Mhm.
because it's reflecting everyday life.
Yes.
And you have a backstory. You have the angry girlfriend who's not getting what she wants. You have him not always just letting her down. You have him not getting along with his stepfather and the mother who is basically just clueless to everything that's going on, but really she knows deep down what's going on, but she just doesn't pay attention to it. You
Mhm.
have so much backstory and dimensional characters in this movie, Shaun of the Dead, that's why that movie works so well and is one of the greatest movies to go to if you want to look at something in the zombie genre. And then the next thing is like that I have on here. Do I want to make it? Do I want to do so much gore that it becomes funny, like we were talking about with the Evil Dead?
Yeah.
So that's another one on my list. The next one is location the location slash time set. So are we doing cabin in the woods? Are we doing the old house? Is it a holiday? You've got to find your story as to where is the setting. That's important. But then you're going to look at also the rules. Are you going to have movies like Gremlins, where you have certain rules that you have to abide by, or something bad happens, or you have Scream that plays on the rules of horror films? Are you going to incorporate those rules into your film? Because sometimes people like it, and then sometimes people don't. But then the movie can only work if you have a strong lead. Hold on, my phone died. Or if you have a strong lead with character background to understand where they are coming from during comedy when they get the last joke in. So now, not only all the things that
Mhm.
we've talked about, but like I said with the Evil Dead 2, where they put the jokes in at the end of every gore scene, or in the
Mhm.
middle or the beginning of the gore scene, you have those small jokes. Do you want to incorporate something like that, or do you not? Do you want to add campiness, or do you not? Because if you don't, and you want it to be super gory, you might actually make your film campy because you have so much gore. So you have to know how much gore do you want to use. Um, let's see. Examples. So I took examples of my best friend, her name was Courtney, and there's one on here that's really funny. Like, I'm just so when I was at my friend's house, this is you like to like put real life experiences. That's what I like to do in my films. I
Makes
know
sense.
Brian, yeah, Brian Dorton does that. We did that in Truly Madly. His mother one time was talking about with him at a table, and she put her hand down her top, and she was playing with her nipple. That's why. And he even says it. That is why, they're having a conversation. And in the movie, she's like, and the first time he took me, he tore me. And it's like she's playing with her nipple. You're
Mm.
incorporating the real life stuff. So, like, for my ideas, there was this one time, I was at my friend's house. And this is way back when I was in high school. And, I was great. I was raised really religious in high school and things like that. But this is it gets so when I got of age to be able to go out and get into mischief that I shouldn't have been doing, I would go on a lot of dates with a lot of people, and I would Ooh, did I date? But I dropped my phone behind her bed. Okay, now this is real life, and if you incorporate this, this is what I'm talking about. This is an example. She was keeping count behind the bed and had three pieces of notebook paper attached to her wall with tape, and she had everybody that I had dated on all three pages on each line.
That happened to you in real life?
Yes, it did.
Holy
And I found
shit!
this, I'm like, I was like, and this is back when I was in high school, and she was like, I was like, "What is this?" And she's like, "Oh, well, somebody's got to keep count."
Holy shit! That's
So,
great.
like, but if you incorporated that into a movie, it's real life,
Hmm.
and you're not meant to be funny. You're just meant to, like, but it comes out so funny, and you can build a character behind that. The next thing I have is singing in the car. We always sang Sarah McLachlan, Lady Gaga, Britney Spears, and then when that song came on, the radio went up, and you just sang your little heart's desire. Or dance, like, we knew every single dance move to every Britney video. Like, so the thing is like, if you incorporate things like this from your everyday life, which a lot of independent filmmakers are not doing,
Well, why not?
that's what I wanna know. See, like, when I wrote Deadly Dealings is not quite funny, it's more low-key morbid, but that was reflecting on a time in my life when I was going through something, and the movie was not meant to be funny. If I wanted it to be funny, I would incorporate these stories, but instead, I incorporated stuff where I took 40 minutes out of the movie and it never made the cut, which I still have, but maybe one day. But, like, um I have another one, smoking cigarettes. We would always smoke cigarettes and then, like, blow the perfume on us, try not to get caught, how we got the cigarettes. It was just always a funny story, or, like, we would get lost all the time driving. Like, where are we at, you know? We went to
Hmm.
go look for the Evil Dead cabin one time and we got so lost, but I did find it, and I have been there, and, of course, I always have to show everybody. I do have parts of it in my house. I love it.
Oh,
It's probably
nice.
my favorite thing I own. But I do think about things like that, and I think that directors need to be looking at that, at their own personal experiences. So, by adding personal experiences, usually if you do comedy horror or campy horror, it's going to work when you do that from personal experiences, because it's just, you do things that you have no idea that is ever going to happen between you and your friends. You know,
Yeah.
I think I had one more. Where was it? Oh, right here. Courtney's crazy sister kicking the PlayStation and breaking it, and then getting mad and cussing us out because it's broken. So it's Courtney's fault. Yeah, really happened. Girl was woo crazy, but her sister literally kicked the PlayStation across the room, and then when it broke, she took it out on us and said that we broke it. I mean, there's things that you can add into movies like that, where you're not only adding so much, but, like, if you were gonna make this into a character, you're gonna have a very concerned person like me, like,
Yeah.
"What the hell's going on?" Her thinking this is just normal behavior, Courtney, and then her sister who is acting completely erratical, and then you're adding things to each character for their development. In hindsight, it makes a dimensional character. The other thing that I have on this list that I think is, uh, let's see, is it a mix? For example, An American Werewolf in London. It's funny until he transforms in the film. When he transforms, then it becomes serious. So, is part of your film comedy and you want to cut it off? Or do you want to cut the comedy off and then get real serious and have two aspects, comedy and humor, blood and gore and violence over here? That's, you want to figure that out. Are you going to do that? And this is, like I said, this is just how I work in building a script. The next thing is I have the blood gag, at least one kill that stands out. That's, remember, that everyone will know. Example: mystery, or not mystery, misery, the sledgehammer to the foot. Do you want to do that
Oh,
one
yeah.
kill? You always want to have that one thing that's really going to stand out, and
That
how you
everybody's
do it.
like, oh yeah. fuck. That's,
Yeah.
yes.
And I did list Dead Alive, the lawnmower zombie hoedown is what I put, because he literally takes a lawnmower, picks it up, and he is grinding through bundles of people. I don't even know how many
Hmm.
people were. It was like everywhere, and just cutting them up with a lawnmower.
Yeah.
Like that's the kill of the movie, and you've got to
Yeah.
have that in the movie. And if you don't have at least one, you're not going to have a very good movie. And it has to be done really well.
100%. Adam, you're not going to part. As you're saying this, I'm thinking, I'm like, every good horror movie has that kill.
Yeah. And see, this is what we did with the Scream Dream. This is how I made Scream Dream. I wrote Scream Dream for about 5 years before I actually made it. And then I actually handed it over to Ben Johnson, who just did Curse of the Weird Deer, which is a trauma film. And he amped up a lot of the comedy, a lot of the lines, and he recommended a lot of things. And we collaborated on this together. We went back and forth and added things. And I think that's it, also have the open mind to not be like some directors and be like, okay, this is the way it's going to be. And if you don't do what I want, you're
Yeah.
out. Because it takes a lot of minds to reach a lot of people. One person can only reach so much, but when you have different aspects into it, that's what makes it great. And that's why I incorporated that into Scream Dream. And then as we go on, so that's the blood gag. The point of view. This is something that I think is important. I think it's very prominent in Halloween, the original Halloween by Chuck Carpenter, a back and forth showing the killer, what he's doing in the moment, and also showing the main characters. We always see movies play out where it's just someone coming up. You have no idea, no backstory, no nothing. It's the random killer at the door, is the
Hmm.
way I want to put it. And you have no backstory to where they come from, or
Generic,
how they got
yes.
there, or what they're doing in between the story.
Hmm.
And that to me is a letdown when I see that. I hate that. I want to see what the killer's doing. Now, the new Shutter film, In a Violent Nature. How do I feel about it? It could have been so much more. I think it could have been so
100%.
much more. But I do think that they were onto something. I do not think for a minute that it was the first time that it was a movie excuse me, a movie based on the killer's perspective. The whole time we have August Underground that did that, where the serial killer recorded himself. That is a documentation of what he did. So, In a Violent Nature was not the first of its kind. And again, they're not looking at extreme horror, which has its own history. I'm not saying don't watch extreme horror, but you have to acknowledge those movies being what they are, being controversial as they are. You have to acknowledge when they do something original.
But like, I have it
And
on a wall right here, which is a movie that most people do not know about. It's one of my favorite horror movies. Is Henry, a Portrait of a Serial Killer? Have you seen that?
that's the next one I was. That's the exact next one I was about to bring up before I said August Underground. I watched Henry. I loved Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. I think that it also did that, the killer's point of view.
Hmm.
And there is a huge audience that love Henry. It's a cult classic.
Yes.
And who was playing Henry was in The Walking Dead, and he is amazing in every aspect. He's went on to become a huge actor.
Yeah.
And like he was not even an actor. If you listen to him how he got hired on that film, he is not an actor at all. And then he got more parts and he was so naturally good. That's why independent horror is so important. You find these people who
Mhm.
can act. But you know, the killer's point of view, I don't think unless it's done right, like I just feel like In a Violent Nature was very bland. It didn't
Yes.
really work for me. The kill there was a couple of kills that were really good, but that much walking, did we really need that
But it's the
much
same thing.
walking?
But it's the same thing that I said about Terrifier 3, right?
Mhm.
Those movies had iconic kills. If somebody says to you about Terrifier 3, the first thing they're going to say is the shower scene, right? Which everybody knew even before the movie even fucking came out that the shower scene was going to be the fucking kill, right?
Yeah.
And which Which, by the way, I wish they would have done that. I wish I would have came in and didn't know where the kill was coming from. You know, the
Yeah.
kill. But but if you have a movie that's so fucking boring, once you get to that fucking kill, it's not as special. It's not those
No.
two movies. Once I got to the kill, the shower scene, and in the one in Violent Nature, it, it was just like, oh, that's interesting. But
Yeah.
my brain was almost checked out at that point.
It's kind of like John Carpenter with Halloween 2. He didn't want to do it. He did it for the
Yeah,
money. But look at the way the sequels are compared to the original. The original plays on the tropes. It plays on what could really happen. It plays on the small suburban neighborhood. It plays on the final girl. It plays on pure terror whenever he rises up behind her and she's in the house leaning against the wall. There is a recording that you can go on YouTube and you can hear the audience live when during its initial viewing whenever it came out, and you can listen to that audience. They was freaking terrified. They were screaming and hoo hollering and everything else. But like you do, that's your first film. Terrifier should have been the first film like that. Terrifier 1. Some people like it, some people don't like it. It was independent. It was good. Whether it's your taste or not, it was good and it did it right. But when you get to a sequel and you completely introduce new characters and there's no one familiar, you can take that one serious. But by the time you bring those characters back for another sequel, at this point it needs to be campy. That is why the Halloween franchise is so loved. That is why Nightmare
yeah,
on Elm Street is so loved. Scream, Leprechaun. I mean, it got outrageous. Jason, the whole Friday the
yeah,
13th, it got outrageous playing on those tropes, adding new characters and making it quick, get to the point of the movie. That's why a sequel works. And if you're not doing that and you're going hardcore on all three storylines, I'm not saying I went to pure camp from Terrifier 3, but I would have expected it to be a little bit faster. And I would
yeah,
have expected it to act more as a sequel. And where the characters went, I think, was done with Halloween, and I did not like it. One franchise that I love. There's a franchise that people do not talk about. It's the Massacre franchise. We've covered some of the movies that's within the Massacre franchise. If you look up Massacre franchise on Wikipedia, it'll tell you the films as part of it. That's why I look at the Slumber Party Massacre and Sorority House Massacre as one franchise. You start out with Sorority or Slumber Party Massacre. Then you have Slumber Party Massacre 2, Part 3. What they did each time with the movie was they introduced the driller killer as someone new, and it was still a driller killer. Now, when you get to Sorority House Massacre, it's playing using those flashbacks in the Slumber Party Massacre series, and then it goes on to the Hard to Die with Debbie Dutch, and then it goes on to Cheerleader Massacre and Cheerleader Massacre 2, and then you have the remake of Slumber Party Massacre. Now, the Massacre collection was only specifically Slumber Party Massacre 1, 2, and 3. Sorority House Massacre 1, 2, and Hard to Die did not have the Massacre label on top of it, but it was a sequel to one of the films in the Massacre collection. So I look at that as an entire franchise. But what I like and want to point out is between Slumber Party Massacre 1, you have a very serious but funny slasher movie. It takes itself seriously while still having fun with it, with the tropes and the pizza guy having his eyes gouged out. But then you get to Slumber Party Massacre 2, and he escapes from her dreams. It's obviously a throwback to, or not a throwback, but a homage to Nightmare on Elm Street, but having a new character, the driller killer, in that like leather outfit with a guitar with a drill in the end of it. Obviously not like the first. It went campier. But then you get to part 3, and it's different. It's a very serious tone. It's very violent. And then you have Sorority House Massacre, which is more like a what do you call it? Not a ripoff, but it really played with
yeah. It
Halloween.
was,
Yeah,
yeah,
but then you get to Sorority House Massacre 2, and they are going all sleaze to the wall. Like, I'm talking girls in lingerie the whole movie, running around naked, tons and tons and tons of nudity. Then you get to part 3, and they're in a high rise at a lingerie store. They put on the lingerie, take showers in the high rise, and have machine guns and go all crazy. My question is, those movies people loved. People love Sword Dance Massacre 2. People love Hard to Die. Why are those 2 movies not released on Blu-ray? Scream and Shout Factory. I know that there's rights and stuff that's been up in the air because of like the whole Roger Corman thing, and I don't know the story behind it. I know it's not been discussed, but I know that the libraries and stuff have been. I want to say that Corman produced it while Jim Wynorski made it, but we all want those. A lot of the fan base want those movies, right? Well, then you
Mhm.
have companies who aren't putting it out, and then you have like 3 or 4 releases of Slumber Party Massacre. One release was enough. Why can't we get the rest of the franchise? Why can't we get the rest of these works from these great directors? You know?
Yeah.
And I think honestly, maybe the sleaze portion of it really hurts it, but I think that Swordy House Massacre is or part 2 is one of the best horror films I've ever seen. It is completely atmospheric. It's creepy as can be. And I remember watching it with my roommate, and she cannot stand bear traps. She's terrified of bear traps. One of the girls steps in a bear
Oh,
trap in the attic, and I'm like, she was petrified. She just couldn't take it. Couldn't take it. And why are those movies not celebrated? You know, I mean, there's lots of questions I have, but when I'm looking at how to make a great horror movie, that I think that I hope that other independents are doing is that they are looking at every different aspect of the films. They are looking at what they can put in. They can look at what they can do and make decisions on their films based on a whole list instead of just writing it down, getting that crap made, and then getting it edited in 2 weeks and then put out. That's not
yeah.
what we want. And so many people are given to those directors who do that hundreds and thousands of dollars. And the ones who are actually serious and want to deliver on every level are really hard to get funded because people don't fund those as much as they want those crappy movies that come out or the titty flicks. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
why? It's, I don't understand it myself, but I will call it like I see it. And a lot of the ones that are not as good do get funded. And I'm not saying don't fund them, but
No,
you know,
I 100. See, I'm not trying to out anybody, but listen, but I mean, I've seen ones that gotten $50,000 to $100,000 budgets,
yeah,
and
you're like, what the fuck?
but then I see a movie somebody had a fucking 10. I see a whole bunch of filmmakers have $10,000 budgets, and the movie not only is better, but it looks better. And I'm like, but you had 10 times more. Like, how do you?
They're paying for their talent outrageous amounts. They That's where really the big time is that and the people who have the less budgets, they know what to look for and be like, okay, we need to be careful with this. It's all about budgeting. What can we get to make this look good and still be in budget, whereas these big budgeted ones are like, oh, we're gonna get every old celebrity that's in every movie possible and put them in here and pay their rate and pay their way and make sure they have a hotel and blah blah blah. I have seen people do that, like where they pay and put everyone in a hotel, and I'm like, ugh, I
Yeah,
couldn't
I
do
know some
that.
people. I know people
Get
who do that.
get a bed and breakfast. Rent out the entire bed and breakfast for your set and let everyone have their room, and then
Hmm.
keep it clean and then put it away in the end. We did that on Scream Dream. We stayed in a bed and breakfast, the extended stay across the way. We didn't use one half of the duplex, or actually no, we did use both sides of the duplex in it. Um, but everyone had like a room and everyone had their own bathroom, and it was, you were able to live together and blah 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 and still have your space if you need it, and be in one spot rather than paying for rates at a hotel unless the hotel gives you a good rate. Your budget is going towards food and rest instead of making the movie. You'll want to make the movie before you get the food and rest. I know that sounds bad because you want to take care of your actors first, but there are ways to get them. Like what I did on Scream Dream was we all stayed at bed and breakfast. Everyone had a beautiful, fancy room, and I think a couple of them had to share a bathroom, but most everybody had like their own bathroom,
Yeah.
and like that that was cheaper and more cost effective, and we could put more money towards the actual film. So that and when we raised that, we got like $20,000, and it did not even cost near that much to pay for what we paid for the bed and breakfast, and that was our main locations. And there was a bar down the road, and we had Raven was actually lived around the corner up there. You can always ask somebody. Like I asked Raven, like, do you know any places where we can go film? And she called all the bars. She even called them to see if they would provide any catering to be credited and blah blah blah. Went all out, got us a bar. Didn't cost a dime for the bar. And I mean, there's different ways of doing things, and people do waste a lot of money. And I think what happens is either you're really really new at this and you don't know how to budget out a movie, which is completely understandable. You've got to take your first hit on your first film and learn a few things, or you are really established and you need those names because people would expect you to have someone, and they're trying to put those names in there that you don't really need. The
But I'm thinking of
overused actors.
I'm thinking of a filmmaker right now, which I would never say their name or anything, but like nice guy, right? And
Hmm.
a lot of people who I'm friends with, are in a lot of his movies. And to be honest, I've never saw him in any of his movies until like recently. I was like, "Fuck it, let me go ahead and do this." And this filmmaker, he gets a lot. He gets a lot of money for his budget, and I'm like, well, his movies are not that good. I just don't get. I mean, and this is not me saying it on a personal level. Like I've had other people, because I was trying to do an experiment. I was like, maybe it's just me, but I've had other people who don't even like the same type of horror movies, and they're like, I
Can I
don't see.
ask you, do they have a history in the business prior to their filmmaking?
I don't think so. No,
Usually, if someone is not that really well and has a lot of people, usually have some form of experience background, whether it be like a magazine or whether it be like working for somebody who did bigger horror films or some. That's why I'm wondering. Like, I'm not trying to figure out who it
but
is. I'm just saying, like, I'm
no,
trying to figure
no.
out why.
But this person definitely promotes their crowdfunding like no one's business. I mean, just comes with all kinds of different little live chats and little.
I have
So
two
I
people
don't
that
want to
think
say
I
any
know who
more
it is, though.
because
I know.
I don't want to say any more because if I say if I
We
don't want
all
to say
know.
something
I
else
think
like
we know.
okay
I think
because
we know. I know.
it's his fucking bait. It's his fucking bait. But
Is it the
all
one
right,
that sends the private messages to people instead of doing the Indiegogo crowdfunders?
no, but I'll tell you something weird off camera because I don't. If I
Okay,
say the next thing I say,
you're
it's
fine.
going to be it's going to put it out there. Yeah, but I don't know where the fuck I was going. But listen, Adam, listen. For our next show, I got an idea, man. Every single one of us has had a real life scenario where we're like, boy, this seems like something in a horror movie. I want you to come up with two of yours, and I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
come up
already
with
have them.
two. I already have them off the top of my head too,
I already
and
have them.
we're gonna start the show off with telling our horror stories.
That would be fun. That would be
Yes,
fun because oh man, yeah. I've been in a lot of situations I don't even know how or why.
I've
One
been
of them
so.
that there is one funny story that I do have to say that it kind of goes back to like the what I was talking about on those notes that I took about writing a new film, and I had those notes about my real life situations with my friend. I had one friend, and she always got drunk all the time. She would drink 2 bottles of Black Heart rum and go just get plastered and drive around in Del Rio, Tennessee, which is nothing but woods, and there's no cell service for like 30 miles at all. And we did this one day, and she broke her nail, and she's driving a PT Cruiser going down the road. Nobody around. It's way out in the woods. Like I'm talking like miles into the woods. She breaks her nail on her steering wheel, screams, turns the car into a giant ditch, wrecks it, jumps out of the car, and is freaking out over her nail. And I'm in the car like, did that just happen? Because now we're wrecked with no cell service, at least 20 miles into the woods, and I don't know how we're going to get this car out of this ditch. And I really don't feel like driving 20 miles. Well, it turned out, well, we both were a little bit, but like there was a man in our back seat.
Who's the
It was
man?
just well, apparently we picked him up at Walmart, but like, and he wanted to listen to music with us. And it's this old man with a cowboy hat on, redneck as hell, and here we are singing what was it, Pistol Annie's and Lady Gaga and Warwick Avenue by Duffy, which is like, oh god, if you haven't listened, greatest album ever. But
That's a
like
horror movie story. But that's a horror movie story. You
it
got a weird
is,
old
but
in the
but the
backseat
funny
with a
thing
cowboy hat
was
on.
he got us out of the ditch, and she had a meltdown, so she took me home, and so well, we took him home first. We actually I think we dropped him off at a store somewhere, and then she took me home, and she looked at me and said, "Do you wanna go with me to the beach?" And I was like, "When?" She's like, "Right now." She's like, "I'm having a meltdown about my nail, and I just wanna go dip my toes in the water." So she literally drove to the beach and put her toes in the water, and then came back.
Wow.
All the way from Tennessee to Myrtle Beach. That's a long ways,
That's a
but,
long
like
ways.
but that is
Yeah.
how insane it was to be friends with these people. So, like,
Well,
I say that because that also would make a perfect, I had to say it because it is a great story. It's a random man in the back seat. But,
I'll give you guys a hint of my story. So I used to be friends, and Jesus, he's a subscriber of the channel, but he's no longer a drug addict. Okay, I used to be friends with a drug addict. And when I say a drug addict, I mean this guy was doing everything from heroin, fucking morphine. You know what I mean? But I did not know this. I just thought he smoked weed or whatever. Anyway, so this motherfucker and I get trapped in the woods. So that's the fucking story. And he is high on God knows what. I don't know what the fuck he's high on. And if anybody who knows me personally, I am bad with directions. I am geological. God, Jesus, I'm fucking high. Listen, but I am challenged, right? I don't. I can get lost. I use a GPS to go to places that I've been to 20 fucking times. Like it takes me 100 times to know how to get to
yes,
places, right?
I have
So
no sense
it
of direction.
no such a direction, right? And and so I am lost in the woods, and I'm following him because he's leading me to this party in the woods, and he is fucking fucked up, like completely fucked up. So that's the story. That's my one story.
If you want me to, I will go ahead and tell you mine. I will go ahead and tell it because I have another
Okay,
one for next week too, or in
all right.
2 weeks. That is actually just really scary though. Like in the woods. Ugh.
Oh, and I was the only black guy at this fucking party in the woods. I was like, "Fuck, I'm gonna die first." Holy shit!
I will say that I have been very open about this situation, and I have talked about it in probably interviews with you before, and you may know it. A lot of people, everyone I've worked with knows about it. I've even talked about it on social media before. But there was a point. I was in a relationship, and it was a weird situation for me at the time. I had basically got cheated on, so I lost our house, I lost our pets, and I wound up living in a motel in Gatlinburg. And again, y'all, I do not want anybody to feel sorry for me about this. I don't have any feeling connected to this anymore. before I say this, I want to say that I have worked through it, and to me, it's almost as if it didn't happen. It happened. I just don't let it affect my life, and I don't think about it. Some people are able to turn that off. And that's one of the reasons why I kind of want to go to the medical field, and I almost did because I'm able to turn things like that off, like delivering bad news and things like that. I'm able to turn that off. Some people can't. So I wound up living in a motel in Gatlinburg, and I had met someone who was in the military, and he knew what I was going through. He said he was going through the same thing, and just wanted to hang out as friends. But this was at the time that that guy who played the werewolf dude in Twilight, what was his name? I cannot remember his
I
name.
just saw his thing up on. His name
Yeah.
is Taylor something. Taylor something.
Yeah, he did a movie called Abduction, and the movie got rented for us to watch, and he got a pizza, and we went back to his house, and I was like, "Well, how far until we get to your house?" You know, because at this point, I've already parked. Well, no, at this point, I had parked. I waited for him, and I followed him back to his house, and my car was there. It was out in the woods, y'all. It was out in the woods. And we started watching the movie, eating the pizza, and he's like, "Can I get you something to drink?" And I was like, "Sure." And he was like, "Do you want some vodka or do you want lemonade?" And I was like, "Well, I would take lemonade before vodka." So I don't drink. I used to back in the day. I don't anymore. I just don't. I like my body too much to run it. I just smoke instead. So anyway,
Yeah.
yeah. So what happened was the lemonade that he gave me, I started drinking it, and I was like, "Oh, I don't feel right. Don't feel right at all." And I'm out in the woods, and I feel sick. And did not even dawn on me. I went to the bathroom. I'm looking in the mirror. I'm hitting my face with water, and I'm like, and the house wasn't big, but when I opened the door, it looked like the living room was a mile away. So that's when it hit me. I'm like, "Oh shit!" And at this point, I've already walked into the living room, and again, we're out in the woods. And what happened was, I didn't see him, but when I turned around, but he was behind the couch with a rag that had chloroform on it, and he actually put it over my face and knocked me out. And when I came awake, he was assaulting me, but not only he also had a pair of scissors, and he basically tortured me for the entire day. And he kept knocking me out and hitting my head into the floor. And when I woke up, I had a puddle of blood around me, and I was very much. It's like Camille Keaton, "I Spit on Your Grave," 1978 type look. You're naked. You wake up. There's blood everywhere. There's a pair of bloody scissors that was used for something. I did wake up a few times in I remember he had my head putting poppers up to my nose when I would come to, and I'd see it. Well, the scary part was when I woke up and I walked into the kitchen, I saw a pill bottle that had been crushed and was put into the lemonade, and the lemonade pitcher was covered with the crushed up pill. And when I looked out the window, the guy was in his shed, and he walks out with a shovel and a tarp. And he saw me through the window come through, and he just takes off running towards me. At this point, I'm completely naked. I have nothing on, and I can barely walk. Can barely walk. And I beat him to my car. I grabbed my clothes, grabbed my keys, and I just threw myself through the front door, off the porch, onto the ground. And I got up, and I remember I really hurt myself because it was gravel on top of that. And I got in the car, and he just slams against the window, and I locked it in the nick of time. And I got away. That was the most horrifying experience of my life. And I don't like, I'm very disconnected from the aspect of what was done to me, but the part that gets me is that I got away by running. And the thing was is that the guy was ex-military running towards me. I'm out in the middle of the woods in this like secluded house, and he has a shovel and a tarp ready to bury my ass because he's already done God knows what. Like, I mean, I know what he did, but like, I literally went to the hospital, and when I got to the hospital, I would not let them inspect me, and they inspected me. They very well forced the inspection on me, and the police had to come, and I lied to the police, and I lied, and I never told anybody who it was. I know who he is to this day, and I don't have it in me, and it happened over like probably 13, no, 14 years ago. No, 15. No, 14. About 14 years ago, it happened. And it was about probably uh, 2011 to 2012, about that time, I guess. And it affected my whole life. I could not stay in Tennessee because I was living with a friend, and whenever the ex who we broke up called her trying to get a hold of me, she told him, and he went to social media. And back then, there was a thing called topics, where it was like small town drama all put in these topics, and everybody in a small town would follow it. Everybody found out, and there was stuff about it all over Facebook. And I was so embarrassed. My family knew, but I think don't even realize it now what actually happened. Um, I went to the hospital. And when they did that inspection, when they pulled the legs apart, they gasped. It was so bad. It was horrible. And I actually didn't go to the hospital for a couple of days, and I tried to go to work, and I fainted at work. That was when I literally had to go, and they forced me, and they found out what had happened. And I never told anybody about who it was. And some every now and then, maybe a couple of years on the road, I always just look to see what is going on. Are they arrested? Did somebody go missing in the area? Because I can't bring myself to do that. And I think that's kind of like Lady Gaga when she talks about her being assaulted in the music industry, and she does not say the person's name because it's always tied to something that could ruin your career, ruin your art. It would be more trouble than it's worth. And at the same time, I could not emotionally handle it. So I took off, went to truck driving school, made the decision to go to truck driving school, got the money, went, trained for 4 weeks, got on a truck, and left Tennessee, and actually went and traveled the country with James Ritchie, who was a quarterback for the Tennessee Oilers. He also did a lot of different teams. There's like some like football cards out there you can get of him if you're a collector. But he was a great guy, and he actually used to date. Well, he told me this. I don't know how true. I don't know. He used to talk to, way I'll put it, Alyssa Milano. And I guess because being a quarterback for some teams that she probably likes, she probably met him. I don't know. I ain't gonna go there. But anyway, but that's my story of the most horrifying thing that can happen to you. And in those instincts and in those moments, it's like making that choice. Like it's always, I go back to the tropes because even in that story that I just told, it's like, why would I ever go to a cabin in the woods secluded with somebody that I don't know who's ex-military, who could be violent? Sometimes we don't recognize what we get into, and that's even scarier. And movies like I Spit on Your Grave was um, made, and according the director found a woman who had been assaulted, and that's when he decided to make that movie. And I think that our own experiences, and I'm not saying like that, but like what you brought up, what's their scariest moment that's ever happened to you in real life? If more people told their stories in movies or whether it be a book, um, I think real true crime horror, I think, personally, is more, I don't wanna say effective, but it's scarier, and it makes you think what could happen, to be cautious when you
Yeah,
go out. Um, I know, like, Netflix, they have one of my favorite documentaries up, and it is the JonBenet Ramsey cold case, and that is just terrifying.
it is.
Like, to think, well, what you find out in the documentary, they really did a damn good job. If you have not seen it, watch all 3 episodes, your mouth will drop wide open. The man who was a suspect was also inside the Ramsey's house the summer before, and the housekeeper found him there and said, "What are you doing here?" He was
Wow.
watching JonBenet, but at the same time, that's the big reveal, like, this man was in their house and he's a suspect, and then down the road, another girl from the same beauty pageants that JonBenet was in was assaulted in her house, and her mother walked in, and the guy got away. But to think about things like that, and then you look at the media and you see how the media purposely twists things. There was no possible way that the Ramseys could have done it, right? There was no
Mhm.
way. There was no evidence. They actually checked JonBenet's panties that she wore, and there was two types of DNA, an unidentified male, and hers. You can now take that DNA and you're able to separate it and do a genealogy test on the blood. And the police department that was over that case will not do that because they messed up the crime scene so bad that they are don't want to admit to the mistake and just want everybody to believe what they were saying in the media at the time because it looks bad.
Yeah, it
When
does.
the cops turn it around on the parents are absolutely devastated. The mom went to her grave and died and never knew. And right now, the father is still alive, the brother is still alive, and they can know, but they don't.
Yeah,
Do the genealogy test and close the case and give it rest. But it makes you think about, like, that's why it's like when somebody is a victim of something, something simple as that, you let it go and you can go work through it on another way because what happens if you get the it case and it turns huge into media attention and it totally destroys your life. Some people are so afraid of that because the way that that is done is so wrong. It's a horrifying
it is so.
documentary. Yeah.
By the way, that's a horrifying story you told me, man. You told me briefly about it, but not into that. That's a fucked up story. Um, and to bounce off about your story, all of my stories were situations where I've been in situations where something almost fucked up happened, but for some reason, something told me to get the fuck out of there. I don't know,
Yeah.
and but I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's because of horror movies. Horror movies
Yeah.
have I've been in some fucked up situations where if I would have stayed, it could have probably led to my death or something bad. But I
Yeah.
read the room and I was like, this doesn't seem right. Or
Mhm.
because I'm telling you right now, online dating is fucking dangerous.
Petrifying.
It is
Oh god.
absolutely dangerous, but it's not only dangerous because people are going to say, "Oh, it's dangerous for women." It's dangerous for men too. It is
I went on a date
absolutely dangerous.
I went on a date years ago. Years ago. It was about probably the same time that all that happened. I went to a cabin in the woods in Gatlinburg, so there was people around because the cabins are around. But the person that I went on the date with was great. We were having fun. We were with friends. Nothing like that was going on. It was just talking, but we were connecting really well. Well, the girl's date, her boyfriend that she had been with for a while, he didn't like me because he could not believe what I had been through in my life. when I was telling the guy about me, and I told him, I met my birth mom because it was still fresh at that time. It only been a few years. I met my birth family. I worked in Haiti. I did truck driving, and then I went across the country. I went to the Caribbean for a while. I came back. I moved to Kentucky. I moved to New Jersey, and he just was like, "You're a pathological liar." So he took me outside and put a gun up to my head and shot it. And he shot it an inch away from my face.
Holy
And
shit.
immediately he did it so like it was such a switch. Like he was like you could tell that he was a little bit jealous, but it was such a switch instantly that he just pulled his gun out and just blew it. And it was lucky that he didn't even hit me. I could feel the breeze off the bullet on my face. And that was when the whole atmosphere changed. The girl was petrified of him. His date was petrified of him. My date was petrified of him and was scared shitless. Both were crying, had no idea what's going on. And when I had left, obviously my friend, she had connections to to some biker gangs. But like she wanted to go after him and I said no. I said no. But that's scary. Like, dude literally
Yes.
just took his gun out and blew it at me. And it's like, you online dating is so horrifying. And I recently watched a movie because, online dating wasn't around years and years and years ago. But I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it
been
wasn't
around for at least around, 15 years
20.
at least? Yeah,
It,
15, 20
it's
years.
become, but it's been out for 20. Obviously, it's been out for 20 years, but it wasn't acceptable until probably like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
Because people, because I used to be one of the people where somebody said, "Oh, I'm doing online dating." I'm like, ugh, that's where all the weirdos
yeah.
and fucking creepers are at, you know?
Yeah, and it's like there's a movie, and I wanna say it's called Into the Dark, and it has the girl who was in Hard to Die. um, I cannot remember her name. She passed away of breast cancer. Um, but Into the Dark was an extremely amazing movie. I'm surprised that it is not more of a classic than what it is. The style, like, oh my god, the style in that, some of the cinematography, the modeling shots with the fog and the photo shoots. Oh my god, amazing movie, but it's about women who do phone sex work because back then we had the sex hotlines. Actually, Gail Thackeray, who was in Sorority House Massacre 2, fun fact, helped create those phone lines with the mafia, and you can read about it in her book Running with Wolves, which is an amazing book. I highly recommend it to any horror fan. It's so interesting to see the adult film industry mixed with the actual industry, what went on behind the doors at the big parties in Florida, and Hollywood, coming home to porn stars being in your house and tables of cocaine. It's insane. And it was almost made into a Netflix series. Highly recommend Running with Wolves. But she helped create those phone lines. And to kinda see that story and think, "Okay, the killer's coming after you, he's calling in the lines and killing the girls and following them. He obviously knows where they're at." And it's like it's a great, great movie, and then you have Streets of Death, which was released I think the partner label on Vinegar Syndrome, I don't know who the partner label is, but I know that it was sold on Vinegar Syndrome. I have it somewhere, but, um, it was about prostitutes being picked up, and he would murder the prostitute. And there is a sense about those types of movies where it could actually happen. And it's kind of like the same thing with dating apps, calling in to date. We recently got a movie on Netflix. It was the one Anna Kendrick did, based on the true story about I cannot remember the name of the movie. Woman of the Hour is what it's called.
Yeah.
Woman of the Hour. And it's a true story about a serial killer who winds up on a dating show, and he knows how to talk to women. And it's a blonde setting, like the three guys are on one side, the girls on the other, and she asks them questions. So she gets smart about it, and she changes the questions that they give her and asks real smart questions. She doesn't want to answer these stupid, made up questions that the studio made for her. So the makeup artist tells her, make up your own. And so she does in the middle of the show. But each guy was totally taken aback from it because she is being that strong female, I guess you could say, character as to asking what she really wants to know about these men. And that's why I kind of like that aspect in the movie because she's actually trying to see who's the smarter guy here because it's going to tell her who is the best one to pick. So the serial killer obviously knows how to talk to women. She chooses him. It's everybody knows the story. It's not like I'm giving anything away in the movie because it really happened. Well, he's been murdering women all across the country, and she is supposed to go on a on a vacation with him, and he follows her out that night and wants to take her go to a bar, and then he starts following her when she realizes something's wrong. She has that oh shit moment, and she's in an empty parking lot, and he comes after her. Thank God she didn't go on that vacation, you know? Um, but there's a lot I think that could be explored in stories like that. But I also think that people are like, oh, violence against women, we don't want to see that. But it actually happens and it makes you aware of things that you don't necessarily know.
Adam, Adam, the news does not shine a light on how many women have been sexually assaulted from online dating and the horror stories that I've heard
It's
back
bad.
when I was back when I was doing years ago when I was doing online dating. The horror stories. Most women have a horror story. One woman got guy the first date walked her to the car, pushed her and raped her. She got pregnant and she gave up the child for adoption and she regrets it. You know what I mean? I've heard awful stories. I've heard, a story where a woman went back to a guy's place he met online the first date and he had two Dobermans that were like trained to block the fucking door. I mean, I've heard horror stories.
I
And
actually used to work for a company, I cannot say the name of it, but I took the alarms for rideshare, and I have been on actual alarms where women were getting raped, and I had to talk to them and scream at the guy to get off of her. And they were just
holy
beating her,
shit.
punching them in the face, stabbing them. And it's not just women, it's men. And that's what is really not talked about because there was one specific one where there was a family getting into a rideshare service and they pushed the wife and the kid out and threw the man in the trunk and took off with him. And this is out in the middle of New York. I've had a foreign lady. I want to say she was probably from like India or something. So
Mhm.
obviously not probably really familiar with the area, trying to make her way in this country and trying to do her job, probably the best way that she can, doing ride share. And the man that she gave the ride to attacked her and started punching her in the face and climbed on top of her and was raping her during the time that I took the alarm. And I literally had to scream at him, "Get off of her now! I have your location, and I will track you.
It's
Like,
dangerous
get
out there.
off of." It's day.
Adam,
I will never do
it
ride share
fucking
ever.
it, but listen, you will hear our story on the next episode. But like, I have an online dating story that like it was holy shit. If I wasn't thinking with this head and the other one instead, done, game over,
Yeah,
game over. There, I would not
yeah.
be here doing this fucking YouTube channel, and like, so that's why horror movies are so great. And I just want to tell everybody out there,
It's
think
important.
with think with your brain and not down there because I feel like thinking down there gets a lot of us in trouble.
And you just brought up the trope of don't have sex. So
Yes,
don't have sex
exactly.
in a horror movie. Why? And I know people make fun of it so often, but it's really true that you shouldn't think with your second head
Mhm.
because or your hormones because you're doing especially with like in today's time we have buggers and chasers out there and there's a whole community about that, but it's scary. And I don't know if you know about that, but like
Mhm.
there are people who purposely have HIV and try to give it to you as a game.
Adam,
That's terrifying.
I Adam, there is. Listen, I feel like we're going way over time, but I'm going to
Oh, it's
share
cool.
the story. Um, in the DMV, which is DC, Maryland, Virginia. This
Mhm.
was probably 6 years ago, and good looking black dude, right? Like good looking, like he could get any woman he wanted to, right?
Mhm.
And he affected something like 100 black women in the DMV area, and he was meeting them all on online dating, and
I think I heard
it
something about that. Was that in the news?
yes, 100%, and is
I remember
extremely
that.
good looking, but but here's the thing: he infected all these women, but he had sex with so many other women, and women were just going back and having unprotected sex with him because he was such a good-looking guy. He looked like Shamar Moore, right? That good-looking, right? Super
Yeah.
good-looking guy. And um, if you know anything about the DMV, that's DC, Maryland, Virginia, it is a black women like outnumber black men something ridiculous. It's like 10 to 1. It's literally 10 to 1, right? So, like, if you are a guy, a black guy in DMV, and you date black women, you kind of have your pick. And if you're a really good looking guy and you're charming, you're not a talk woman, you're fucking every black woman in the DMV, pretty much, you know? And
Yeah.
like, and I met so many women in the period of time that I was doing online dating. And thank God they would tell me, because I don't think men would tell women, but they would tell me, hey, before we get serious or anything like that, I do have HIV. I was one of the victims of this guy. And I've met so many black women who have said, no, the FBI or the whatever law enforcement contacted me because I was one of the women he had on his phone, and I did not know what they were talking about, and I immediately went out and got an HIV test, and thank God I didn't catch it, but it has kind of traumatized me because now I don't want to have sex with any man because I was that close to catching HIV because I had unprotected sex with him because he was so good looking and this and that and blah blah, and I was just like, wow, that is fucking terrifying.
It is terrifying, and you never really know somebody until you're really about, I would say, 3 to 5 years in. You really don't know somebody. And, I have dated people before, and nothing happened, but, like, who wound up thinking that HIV was not a big thing to say to someone. And I'm like, yeah, it is. Like,
Yeah.
they push this narrative now that, they push the narrative of PrEP is the answer, like to put people on PrEP, and you can have sex with anybody and not give it to them, even if you have it. And they have that. There's also a medication out there. I cannot think of the name of it, but you take it and it prevents you from getting like gonorrhea or syphilis, or it's like the morning after pill for every STD, including HIV. They even have one
What?
specifically
Really?
for HIV. You can take it within the first 72 hours, I believe is what it is, and
Really?
it is a receptor to get, because the way that HIV actually infects the body, which I took phlebotomy. I was a phlebotomist for a while, so there is a lot of things that I had to look up and I had to learn, blah blah blah, and things that I was just cautious about because I was taking people's blood. But like HIV actually is kind of, from my understanding, sometimes a little bit harder to actually get, even when you're intimate with somebody who is, because it's the level of the virus and how the virus infects the body. There really has to be an opening for it to really infect, which sometimes there's not. So it's a scary thing, and they make it out to like today's society is like, oh, have sex with someone who has HIV. It don't matter. And I'm not saying that they can't go out and have healthy lives and people can date them, because you can. If you fall in love with someone, there are options to be able to protect you, and to help keep them alive as long as they can live. There are options, but you shouldn't use a option of being like, okay, and the way that it's advertised, like the medication for it, which I could get a lot of flack for this, but like they're promoting sex with multiple and multiple partners, no stopping. That's the way they promote this
Jeez.
medication. And I don't think that that's the way that you really should promote it, because now you're actually having people go out, take this medication, and they're going to the parties, the orgies, the open door at the motel. They are sleeping with every party that they can. And that's dangerous, because what are you actually putting into your body? And that's why I wish people would be a little bit more, you know, it's I wish that people would be a little bit more cautious instead of just saying that, oh, this person's on this, it's fine, or I had that morning
Yeah.
after pill.
But, but
That's not the answer.
but the number for me is 22. I know 22 women have told me that they have had HIV before anything got serious, right?
Yeah,
And I appreciate that.
yeah,
But
it's a good thing.
I asked women how many men have told you that, and not one woman's ever said I've ever met a man who told me he had HIV. And that makes me scratch my head because I don't think men are honest about it.
I think that there's a lot more that like people don't realize. Like, there's a place here where I live, and it's a sex store, but they have a what do you call it? It's like a what do you call it? It's a room that you go into, and you basically have sex with any stranger that's in there. They have
Like a
rooms. It's
glory hole. Like
They have that.
the
They
person.
have and it costs, I think, like $8 or something like that to get in. And I had went in. Well, like I said, it was a sex store, and I had went in to get something. I think it was like CBD or something, because they also sell CBDs and stuff like that. At really any sex store, they have stuff like that, those products. And I had walked in there, and what I noticed while I was in there was there was probably 20 to 30 men in the 15 minutes I was in there trying to get into that room. Every one of them had a ring on. A lot of, people are getting cheated on, and they don't know.
Mhm.
And I do think it's important, like, even if you've been with someone a long time, I think it's important to be very open about what you want in your relationship. I think that
Yeah,
that kind of plays into that part. It's important to know what makes them happy. If you have that secret fetish, be open about it. Don't keep somebody in the dark about it, because they need to know. If that's something that they want to have in their life, great. If not, move on. But that is, yeah, it's a very real thing, and there's not a lot of horror movies about stuff like that. I mean, we have like It Follows,
mhm.
great movie, but you really see how scary it is, because it's like when someone has sex with someone and it follows, it comes after them. It does,
Yeah,
because we don't know what it is. It's this entity that looks like a person, like, walking towards you. That movie is probably one of the scariest movies. It's the most innovative movie. It really did it from like nothing, as far as like what the killer is. It's not someone who's trying to get into your home. It's someone who is in your home. There's no stopping it. You can't stop it, but the way to pass it is to have sex with someone else and pass it to them. And if they get killed, it comes back for you. So you got to keep it going to
yeah.
keep it from coming to you. That is horrifying.
That
And
is horrifying.
if you aren't, like, I think it also is saying a lot about you know, you gotta be careful who you're sleeping with. Is it saying that? It's obviously saying that, but
But
it's
we're in a
like,
but we're in a hookup culture where like I'm 42 and like see, but we were talking about slut shaming earlier, right? You can't slut shame people,
mm-mm.
but
I mean, I'll be the first honest, be like, hey, like, I've done some stuff, but like, I'm not perfect, but
I'm
I've
not
done a
proud of my
lot.
slut. But I'm not proud of if someone called me a slut, right? For Travis, from this period of time, you were a fucking slut. I'd be like, yeah, I've changed. I'm not the
Yeah,
same person anymore. But yes, I was definitely a slut. I would not get offended, but like, oh, you cannot call me slut because I was sexually promiscuous and I was just exploring my sexual nature and blah 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 blah. No, I was a slut. I was 100% a slut.
Me too. A
And
hundred.
like when
50%.
and do you know how you know you're a slut, Adam? When you do not remember for a period of time the people's first and last names that you had sex with. If you
Or your
cannot,
or your friend keeping the papers behind her bed taped to the wall.
there is a whole listen. Even if it's one time, if you have sex with someone and you cannot tell somebody right now what that person's first and last name is, that was a
You're a slut.
slut moment. It was a slut moment.
It sure was.
It was.
It sure
If if you cannot in year 2025 tell the
yeah.
first name of somebody you had sex with even 20 years ago, you were a slut. I'm sorry, you were a slut. But guess
Yeah, I
what?
mean,
We all
own
are.
up to it. Yeah, own up to it's like Marilyn Monroe said, sex is a part of nature. She goes along with nature. Sex is a part of human nature.
Mhm.
Um, and there are people who are hypersexual. That is something me and Steve was talking about not long ago. But it's there is a difference. I feel like when your whole life is meant to, and I'm not talking about like if it's with one person, that's not a slut. But if you're
Yes, that's
with
slut.
multiple people and you are just sleeping with every person that comes along, you are. And you're also, it's scary because you don't know what could happen. I mean, and I'm not going to say any names, but I know a woman who passed away who her husband cheated on her and she got cervical cancer because he cheated on her. The other woman, I believe, did too.
HPV.
And yeah, and the thing is that that's that's scary. Like, and it's very real. And you may live this life and want it to be accepted, but you've got to deal with the consequences of what could happen. On top of that, the people just don't really care anymore because we do live in that hookup culture. And the
But they
thing
also
is,
bring
it's
in,
like,
but they also bring. Sometimes I've seen too bring unwanted children into the world during those slut moments, and like I'm like, huh, I mean that's a whole nother issue, you know?
well, and here's my thing. I just want to say, adoption is always a choice too. I mean,
It
it's a beautiful
is.
thing. I'm adopted, and it was because of a situation where she didn't know that the guy was married, and she had known the other woman for a while, and had no idea that was her husband, according to her. I don't know. Like, there's always two sides to every story. I just get, you know. But like the thing about it is that I was adopted, and I'm very thankful to be because she was very much wanting to get an abortion at one point. But my thing is, it's not about it's like this. When I tell people about it, adoption has become such a bad word and people are so against it. And I just want to say, because I am adopted, I can say this that it is also a great thing. Unless you're that movie in The Orphan,
Like,
because
but if
that
you're gonna,
also,
but
do it.
if you truly don't want kids and you get pregnant, right? Why bring this? Why keep the child, right? I'm saying not give the child for adoption, and you're going to treat that child like fucking shit. And unloved kids become fucking nasty, fucking awful people. It's just that's the way it is. I mean, it's you look at most serial killers and murderers and so forth, and you look at their early childhood history. It's a lot of that stems from that shit, and
I
I'm
think if you make
just
the choice to to keep the child, if you do decide that you are going to go through with it and have this person in your life, you've got to clean up your act, even if it may be someone who maybe going to a lot of parties and date rape happens, and then it's like, okay, I don't need to go into as many parties. I got to attend to a child. That was one of the big things that like I saw growing up was I had a lot of friends and their parents were constantly partying, constantly drinking, constantly getting the
Hmm.
babysitter. Where are you in that child's life? You're not half the
You're not.
time. And um and the kids were monsters. But like, you know, it I think there's a I don't think that it would even be remotely possible if you even try to do a social commentary on today's society that we would even be able to begin to know where to start because it's not just
It's a mess.
society, it's politics, it's the all the different countries that just can't get along. It's it's violence in the hospitals, just like this past week. It's violence in the schools. It's so rampant now that we're in such a different place that when you do try to make a commentary on through a horror film, that it's so hard to do unless you're just specifically doing one thing that you're trying to commentary on. Like when George Romero did Dawn of the Dead, and he was looking at society consumerism. Consumerism was massive. It was the it thing of the time. And that worked really well in a lot of favors for a lot of things because why they lived and they had everything they wanted in the mall, but they wanted to get out of the
Hmm.
mall. They were unhappy. And it's like that was a really strong message. But what could you even possibly start with today that would remotely tap into that? I honestly think that that part is dead. Like, I
But
think
you
that doing a
can't.
social commentary is dead now,
It's
and I think
100%
that's
dead.
what.
But even if you did it, you have to be worried about offending
Oh,
people,
yeah,
and
but
and
we need more people
it's
like Joan Rivers in the world who just didn't give a fuck.
give a fuck.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
what made her so funny. She just didn't
Exactly.
care, but people accepted it. I mean, she's been dead for, what, a few years now,
Hmm.
but it wasn't that long ago that she had the show where it was like the fashion police and stuff, and I
Yeah.
think I'm not afraid to offend someone because I'm entitled to my opinion. It's my First Amendment right.
Well, I'm
And
not.
if you don't,
I,
yeah, yeah,
I'm
but
not afraid if it's someone, if it's the fucking truth. Like,
yeah,
here's my thing. I'm not gonna say if you ask me, right? So I'm a brutally honest person. If you ask me, Travis, what do you think of my my movie? You're gonna get the honest, 100% honest, fucking opinion. And I'm not gonna word it and maybe like, oh my god, this is a horrible thing. I'm like, but I'm gonna give you pointers. I'm gonna be like this. It was an okay movie, but I kind of wish you would have stuck with this instead of that because this is where
yeah.
it threw me completely off. You know what I mean?
Here's
And
the
and
problem: most
mhm.
they're not having thick skin. You've got to
and
have thick
I
skin.
and I've done it with some filmmakers, and they unsubscribed to my channel. They fucking blocked me on social media, and I'm pretty sure they're probably saying he's an asshole. But I didn't even do this on camera. I would do this through DM, and I'm looking like, well, how the fuck are you gonna ask me what I think of the movie and they get upset when I say I didn't like these aspects of your movie? I'm assuming that you're coming to me because I'm gonna give you a thorough explanation one way or the other.
And a lot of that comes, I think, with following that. I think that that also comes with people accepting some of the work that independent filmmakers do when it's a shitty movie. It's a shitty
Yeah,
movie. If you make a shitty movie, you made a shitty movie. And people do praise those movies and they get all the attention possible. And I'm over here like, why? Like, how? And it's like I keep my mouth shut half the time, but it's like there's no way in the world I think that this is good. It's boring, and it's like I have a specific one in mind. I'm not going to say it, but that's you can't in this particular business. If you are an entertainer, if you are a model, if you are a director, if you work in any type of entertainment job, you have to have thick skin. And if you don't have it, then I'm very sorry for you because this is not the career that you need to be in. When you look at women currently right now in Hollywood, let's look at Pamela Anderson for a minute. The woman's not wanting to wear makeup and she had her breast removed, and she's criticized for it. People are so shocked about it because it's Pamela Anderson. People change time to time, and I think she is making a really good statement. But then you also look at Britney Spears back in the early 2000s. I know you were alive then, and it's
Mhm.
like everybody in the world, and that's the one thing that I talk about to a lot of people today. I've talked to several kids that I work with, whether it be at the many jobs that I have had. But I asked him, I'm like, "Do you realize how bad the Britney situation is? Because there's a lot of deep, dark shit that we don't know." One movie that's being made that I think is going to be horrific and that I think is petrifying to even think about is the Britney Spears movie that is being made, that is being directed by John Chu, who did Wicked. He has got the rights,
Oh
and
well.
Britney Spears specifically loves his work, and she's willing to talk about it. I'm just going to say it. The woman was straight up MK Ultra. She was MK Ultra, and that is the prime definition of MK Ultra. Every aspect of your life taken away from you, not only in the media picking at every little detail, whether you just had a baby and 2 weeks later you're fat. That was the way it was for her.
Mhm.
Whether she wore a cut off, like something that showed her belly button. I mean, it was a crime against humanity at the time. And I honestly think, and I know Madonna got a lot of this, but like Britney Spears in the early 2000s, what was done to this woman was unspeakable. The conservatorship was probably, I read the book, I have it up here, but it's one of the most horrifying things you can read. I think I probably cried maybe 20 times reading the book. It's a hard read. It is a hard hit to the stomach because people hear a celebrity name, they think, "Oh, they've got everything. Fuck them. I don't want to know about them." Like there has been, or they have such a big career. They're obviously famous. They can go 40 years and do nothing and still be just as famous. Like I really think that her story is one of the most horrifying things you can think of. Look at Wendy Williams. She's living it right now. Her
Mhm.
bank literally put her into a conservatorship, and that is how easy it is to take it away. With Britney, what I think was so bad about it was her father walked in. It was when she cut her hair and everything, but he walked in and said, "I'm Britney Spears now." And he had control over every aspect of her life. If she didn't want to do a dance move, she had to go to a facility and be tortured, physically tortured, for months. They starved her for 2 years. She had a baby, and a month later, they put her on a worldwide tour with 190 something shows. Forced her to do it. If she didn't want to do it, she would lose her freedom, and they always hung her kids over it. If she didn't do this, she would never see her kids again. She made millions. I know that the perfume brand alone brought in $1 billion off one perfume. $1 billion. The girl has made so many people, all the way from the judges to the courts to the state to the government. The government, yes, it
Because
is
I remember
insane.
how so when Britney Spears came to her peak, I was a freshman in high school. I want to say,
Hmm.
and I grew up and remember how big Britney Spears was. Every boy had a
Yeah,
crush on her. Um,
it
at one
was
time,
wow.
I remember at one time, Playboy magazine. I think they offer her something ridiculous, like it was going to break the record, like $100 million just to pose nude in
Yeah,
their movie in their magazine. Like she was the it. She was it.
she was
And
it, and that's what they that entire history. Think about this for a minute. This is what is scary. It is so hidden from new generations. New generations think, and forgive me for saying this because I don't know, it's not. It's not a racial thing. It's nothing. But people think that Beyonce is the it girl. She was not the it girl. She was never the it girl. She made herself into the it girl over time
Mhm,
with the newer generations, staying relevant, making
mhm,
music that they like. I can't think of one song I like from her, but except Telephone and what was the Irreplaceable. Those are the two songs. That's the Cowboy Carter. I'm sorry, y'all. Ooh, bad. And it's not. It's just because it doesn't feel like what it won, in my opinion. It doesn't feel like that. A Grammy is meant to be something of standout, and I think it's just paying it off at this point. But she wasn't. Before Britney, it was Aaliyah. Aaliyah was the it girl of the time.
yeah.
And look what happened to her. The girl was drugged, put on a plane, and it crashed. And there's a big story behind that. I highly recommend BJ Investigates. That Surprise Witness, that channel on YouTube is phenomenal. If you want to do deep dives, read public documents from the courts, and find out what's going on, it's scary. And those are actual real life things. So it's not to be just thrown to the side and say, "Oh, this can't happen to me." Blah blah blah. They're a celebrity. No, the scary thing is that it can happen to anyone
But
because
the
the
same things,
conservatorships are really big right now.
but it's something. Same things happening right now with Ariana Grande. Like Ariana Grande, I'm not a fan of her music. I can't even tell you a song by her. But I remember it was. It seems like it was a couple years ago. Ariana Grande was huge. I mean,
Massive.
big. I mean, it was something like she had like the highest amount of Twitter followers on Twitter at the time, and like she even had her own little group. And I think they were. If you said something bad about her like Beyonce has a beehive, Ariana Grande has something, and they would tear you apart.
Yeah.
And but wow. Wow, I mean, I know she was a Wicked, but like, it's just like her career just hit the fucking wall.
Yeah. And one of the things that I think of is I think that the producers, and this is just how the industry works, is they have an upper hand on things because people don't want to, just I mean, look at what's been going on in our industry. It's scary, but with with that being said, it's like you look at what's going on. You got the whole Diddy thing going on. You've got you still got the Britney thing going on. You still got the girl hasn't spoke in years publicly and literally said in court on a recorded court case, I want to have a press conference and expose everything that was done to me. It's been how many years and she doesn't come forward and doesn't talk. Why? It's scary. But at the same time, you know, I think what this new generation is saying, they think. I literally have talked to people. I'm like, who do you think the it girl was? Who do you think? Because they have no idea. Music is not what it was 20 years ago.
Yeah,
Music isn't what it was 30 years ago. That was our main form of entertainment: movies and music. And you
yeah,
all had your favorites. That's what the first thing come up in conversation. What do you listen to? That was always the first thing.
hmm
Now it's not even that. And people don't see or know the history of what it was like because it's so censored. I don't know if you've noticed,
it
but
is.
you don't ever see anything. And I think that's why that book was controversial when it came out. She's like, fuck it, I'm going to say whatever I want to. And then they got cease and desist letters. And what was it? 180 pages were missing out of the final cut, you know. But I think and the thing about that is, I think the saddest, most tragic part about all of it is like, think about this for just a minute. This is what's horrifying about it. You can't date anyone without your father picking him and lining him up, checking your sexual history and giving your entire sexual history to him, looking at his entire sexual history and testing him for every STD. Your father's in charge of that. They put what is it, an IUD in her arm so she can't have kids. She's not allowed to have kids. She's not allowed to have coffee. She's not allowed to have fast food. She went and had a burger one time with Sam Asghari or whatever, the guy that she married, and got in so much trouble for buying a burger and eating it. I mean, think about that. And then you can't drive a car. You're not allowed to go anywhere. You're not allowed to talk to any of your friends. You're not allowed to talk to any Hollywood celebrity. You can't go off script in an interview for the ones that she did do in the 13 years conservatorship. You can't, like, they literally, her manager and family had every part of her life, including her money, where she couldn't even spend her money. She was allowed $1,000 a week for her allowance. So she couldn't even spend her own money. And instead, the courts knew it. So anyone who was a lawyer was baking money. So they didn't want to get her out of this. Even on her side, they didn't want to get her out of this because they was making so much money off of it. Her dad became a millionaire off of her, which in a conservatorship, you're not allowed to financially gain anything from the conservatorship. And yet he's a millionaire and nothing's been done. Yet the lawyers are millionaires. Nothing's been done. The judge made money. The the government has made money off of this. The publicity stunts that they forced her to do. I mean, this woman is traumatized. 2 weeks prior to the hearing, you have the guy who she claimed physically tortured her. It was a living nightmare. He died 2 weeks before he had to testify what he did to her, which closed that part of the case down. Does that not seem a little weird that a 40-year-old healthy doctor male would die? And especially since it was at a house in Diddy's neighborhood. I mean, think about it. Like, the woman went through something so horrific, and yet she is so ridiculed and said that she's crazy and that she's ugly and that she is making these silly Instagram videos. I mean, if I went through something like this, I probably would be dancing on Instagram too, trying to ease the pain. And that, for me, is what I think a lot of people have been trying to tap into with some of, like, like the news outlets, where they pull the public court documents, such as that surprise witness, BJ Investigates, Sloan has done a few, Down the Rabbit Hole News. Great, they're my favorite go-tos. I watch them every day for my news. And the thing of it is, they have really tried to push and expose what's going on. And even Fox News, I believe it was Fox, yeah, interviewed them to talk about it, and they wanted that whole interview was to actually find out how much information the Free Britney movement had, because they needed to push a different narrative instead of the truth. And they were working with the news outlets. The management team was working with the news outlets. The families were working with the news outlets. They didn't want to. Look at Harvey Levin. He's like, "Oh, my best friend Wendy Williams did a conservatorship. This is so wrong." Yeah, because it happened to your friend. But yet you're going to have a doctor to go on national television and say someone who he has never even worked with. This doctor never even worked with Britney Spears, which this is illegal and he should have his license revoked for this. But he sat there and said that she needed to be forced medication, that she needed to be in a conservatorship, that she was crazy. And I'm sitting here thinking, that is what the horrifying nature of our society has become, because now you have companies, which I'm not going to say the name of this company, that is out right now, and they are taking homeless people off the streets, and some of them have died. They are putting a virtual reality test over the in a headset, and they are having them, like, if you have an addiction, it shows the drugs and stuff and shows how your body reacts to the impulse of the drugs around you. And one girl died, and one of the people um, that has been trying to expose this, the girl that's over the company is not qualified to even have a company like this, and she went to every state suing her. They're almost up to $1 million in legal fees, and the girl keeps going and losing the lawsuits, but she's suing this other girl who has been exposing her, trying to run her life, going to her house, taunting her, having these big name people, everybody's connected in the Hollywood industry, and this girl is just a lawyer who quit her job to tell the truth, because even in her lawyer job, she realized that she needed to tell the truth and not just what the company wants her to tell. Because Britney Spears' manager went to her lawyer company and hired them to fire her because she made a video exposing the truth about the court documents, which is public information anyway, but nobody knows how to get. That is real horror. I think that is a great narrative as to where we're at in our society, because a lot of shit has been coming out lately about what's going on in these agencies, the government, who's getting fired, what are they doing, and blah 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 blah. And what's scary is that it's not just happening to celebrities. People need to know the stories of what it's happening to actual people off the streets. And it's like, that's where that's what's really horrifying about our society right now. If you was going to do a social commentary on something, it's a great place to look at, because that ties in with big pharma, medication, and trying to get it, and them kind of beating around the bush, wanting to make more money off you. The whole situation of where our our our
Society.
nation is at,
Yeah.
yeah, society is just in a shithole right now. And when you try to tell people, nobody wants to listen. Nobody cares. It's like I had a text message come through and they sent me something. I was like, "You didn't know this? You did not know that all them children were
Yeah.
missing?" Like, I've been telling you for months about this and showing you this, and now that it's in the news, you want to talk about it. But when people were trying to expose it, you didn't want to listen. That is a
Yep.
problem, also.
I agree. Adam,
Mhm.
this has been fun as always, man.
It has been a lot of fun. I think that we covered a lot, and I think we went through so
We cover a
much.
lot. And next week, next episode, when you tune in, you're going to hear our real life horror stories. I mean, Adam told you it was a horrific story, man. That's a horrific fucking story.
Yeah.
Um, but you're going to hear some of mine because I have spent quite a bit of time abroad. I've been on. I was a serial dater on online dating sites, so I definitely have my horror stories.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I
Yes.
bet.
So,
There is
all
one
right.
thing that I would
Mhm.
like to end it with, if that's okay.
Yes. Do it.
I want to end it with one last story for everyone at night. This is not something that I normally talk about, and I actually do not tell this story very often. And I do want to tell this because I was actually it took place when I was in Haiti in Santo Domingo, and I was doing relief work in Haiti, and I went there and I wanted to work a full time job in Haiti, um, helping the people there. But one of the scariest things I've ever encountered in my life. And again, I'll try to make this quick because I know we've definitely gone over time. But
Mhm.
hopefully, again, like people like this. But
Yes.
this is what I want to end with. I went there, and when you first step off of the plane in Haiti, you will feel a difference. The land was cursed. If you ever looked into the history of Haiti, it's very scary. People, the locals will tell you, and they know. But when you get to Santo Domingo and you get to Haiti, there's a fine line of lush green beauty in Santo Domingo. But then when you're in Haiti, it's all dead. The land is dead. There's a very big part of the history that people need to know. Well, I was exposed to some very hardcore voodoo in Haiti while I was there. And one of the scariest things that I ever came by was there was a lot of trees in Haiti where people put up voodoo dolls and things like that. So voodoo is very, very, very prominent over there, and it's very terrifying. I have seen it up close and personal. I do not wish for anybody to ever look into trying it or doing it. It is a very dark, dark thing to do. Please do not look this up. I do not encourage it. I want that to be very, very clear. But I remember we were walking through town, and it was after the earthquake. I don't know if you remember the earthquake back in 2019, I believe it killed
Hmm.
like what 230,000 people or something like that.
Yeah. A lot.
It was really bad. I was over there. And people were so in shock because their whole family had been killed right before them in instant. That people would just be in a daze on the road, and they would just be sitting there like this until they died. They wouldn't even move. I saw one lady leaned up against a tire and she had her hands like this and she just couldn't move, fell over, dead. Um, from heartache and from just being in shock. That was the first time I ever saw real shock. And my real life. Like, I mean, to actually see it and to see how it affected. But one of the things while we were walking through, there was a man standing in front of us, and nobody was looking at him. Nobody would look at him. And I truly believe. You ever seen Serpent in the Rainbow? The
Yes.
whole zombie thing. Okay.
Yeah.
There's obviously a history of zombie in voodoo. There's a history about it. You can look it up. Like I said, read about it. But there was a man standing in front of me with no skin on his body. All of his organs were showing, spilled out, and he had no skin on his face. His eyelids were kind of cut around, like you could just see the eyelid, but you see all of his face muscles, all of his teeth, everything was ripped off of him completely. I'm guessing it happened during the earthquake because some of the houses fell down the mountain, and when you're falling down the mountain with all that rock, it's scuffing you up. Clearly, this man had to be dead, but he was standing in front of us. When I say there was 0% skin on him, you could just see the white film holding guts in place, see bones, see his. I mean, it was
All the
disgusting.
ligaments and everything. Yeah.
Yes. And a man leaned over to me and said, "Don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's cursed." I had about 4 or 5 people say, "Do not look at it. It's cursed." The man literally looked like he was dead straight in front of me, staring at me, and I was staring at him back. And I had somebody say, "We don't talk about it. Do not ask questions. Just do not look at it." It was the scariest moment of when I was over there, besides being in the earthquake. Um, that was the scariest thing that I had ever encountered in my life. Scariest, because this was something that you're not used to seeing if it's supernatural or whatever it is, and then people are telling you do not look at it, and you're in a place where voodoo is very prominent. I truly believe that is where zombie comes from. The actual, not a lot of people are subjected to know what voodoo is. You have to really dive deep into it, especially like if you're, you know, to really look into it, to really know, you got to look into it. And I truly believe in my heart and myself that was a zombie. I will think that to the day that I die.
I'm gonna say, if you're a watcher of my show, a regular watcher, you know that my mother was a voodoo queen. So I still have her original Black Book voodoo book. It's locked away in storage. I do not fuck with that. I do not play with that because the shit is real, 1% real,
It
and
is.
it
It
is,
is.
and it fucking grows on you and turns you into a nasty person. So, by the way, my rest in peace. But yes, but like it's bad shit. 100%. Goddamn fucking Adam. My stories are not gonna fucking add up to yours. Holy shit.
Well, that's one of the things about me as a person was when I was very young, I decided that I wanted to live a full life and go out and have the experiences. I do not recommend it for everyone. If you're free
No.
spirited, I was extremely free spirited and I moved around a lot, and I started a life in a lot of different places looking for where I needed to be where I'm at right now. And there's a lot of good things that came out of it. There's a lot of bad things that come out of it. But I have been put like locally. People have when people know my stories and things like that. um, some people don't believe me because some stuff is just so outrageous. Uh, but it happened, and it's like I just don't want to live a dull life. I want to live the moment, and that's one of the reasons why I love filmmaking is because you're living the moment and making the magic happen, and then you are able to have a product to look at for years to come, people to celebrate and love. And that my life led me to this filmmaking, and it led me to the spot of where I am now. And I don't think it was by accident. I think it was meant for me to do that. So that was my story for the night.
And I agree, my friend. I 1% agree. Listen, and I also think too that everyone was led here to watch us in the show. I mean,
Yes.
this is a fun show. The second episode. Listen, come into the third episode. It's gonna be fucking good. We have some good fucking stories.
Yes.
With some good topics, and Yes, it's gonna be really good. And
Yes.
yes, and we've both been coughing and fucking vaping throughout this whole entire show
Listen,
as well.
I smoke so much when I'm in conversation or if I'm doing, I don't know what it is. I was always that person at a club back in the day. I don't go to clubs no more. But the thing that you did that was social was you drank and you smoked. And I honestly
One hundred
think
percent,
that that's one of
one
the
hundred
reasons
percent.
why I do it so much is because I was
And
part of
that's
that period.
because I didn't. All right, so cigarettes, right? I didn't start smoking. I'm going way off. I didn't start
Oh,
smoking cigarettes until I was 25 years old.
I
Honest to
was
God.
15. I was 15. I remember my first cigarette. There was this girl after school, and she always used to smoke. And she's like, "Do you want a cigarette?" Because I was having a bad day, and I was like, "Sure." And that was the beginning of everything. Don't start, y'all. But I've tried to quit so many times. But you know, maybe they should do like a health horror film. Like, I remember
But
watching this movie back in school, and it was like one of those like, "Don't ever do this, don't ever do drugs or drinking." You know, like the whole school thing where they had this girl who was smoking a cigarette, and it showed what she was going to look like in 50 years, and she was covered in tar, and it had like like um fog machines blowing up, and she was goopy, and and I'm just sitting there thinking, somebody should make a campy horror film about that. Like, I remember that. I've never forgotten that scene. It was just so wild.
it's such a disgusting habit. I'm telling you that. And it's not society. People now are disgusted by it. Like, oh, smell like cigarettes or something. You're like, you know what I mean? It's such a disgusting habit now. And like back when I first started smoking, everybody smoked cigarettes.
Yeah,
Everybody.
yeah,
And I started smoking cigarettes because uh, this is not me slut shaming anybody, but the sluts hung out in the smoking sections at the bars and clubs.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like that's where the sluts hung out. I'm talking about women and men. The sluts
yeah,
hung out. It seemed like all of the action. I don't care what club you're going to, what bar you're going to, what city, state, whatever. The real party was going on in wherever the smoking section was, wherever
yeah,
that was. Because people were because you were in a club dancing and you're talking to somebody, you can't hear what they saying. They can't hear what you're saying. It's just a bunch of nodding,
yeah.
right?
It's a bunch
But
of
this
nodding. Yeah,
but the smoking section was always where you could actually meet someone of opposite sex and actually have a conversation with them. They can hear you. You can hear them. You know what their fucking name is. They know what your name is. Inside, it wasn't happening. It was just a bunch of nodding.
you hit that on the point. The point. And I have talked so many. There was a club back in the day called the Carousel here in Knoxville. It was a gay club, but it was not a club that like was just for like this was a huge. It was a two-story club, and everybody was there on the weekend. I'm talking like shoulder to shoulder. It was ridiculous. But while it was so big, it was a lot of straight men, a lot of straight women were there because when you walked in, you had the dance floor. It was a 70s disco dance floor. So you walked down the steps and it had mirrors all around it with a light up floor. And in the corner, there was a bar on every corner. And there was a bar on every corner upstairs, but it had a spiral staircase to the upstairs, and the building was split level. So on the upstairs, they had a door that went to the outside, which was a big, huge patio, hundreds of people out there smoking. That's where everybody hung out and talked. And then when the show came on, you went back inside. Or at the dancing, like when they really started playing the good music, you went down to the disco dance floor and you danced and you went outside and you talked again. That was just
Mhm.
the way the clubs worked. And it was just a great place. I don't have it anymore, unfortunately. But
It's gone
yeah,
because no one smokes anymore. Like it's not socially acceptable to smoke. And like, God, I want to say something.
say it.
Should I say it? All right.
Say it.
Women who smoke cigarettes were the biggest freaks. Like, I don't know what it was, but like, if you met a woman who smoked cigarettes, she was going to rock your fucking world.
And
I mean, she was going to.
it's because of the whole trope of sex and then cigarettes in the at the aftermath of sex. You have the scenes where the people are smoking the cigarettes.
Yes.
It's because after a long fun ride, you gotta just have that smoke.
Ah, but like, there's something about women who smoke cigarettes. Like, they will rock your world more so than a woman who doesn't. I don't know, but like meeting. yes, listen, I don't know where I was going with that, but no, but that's where the sluts hung out. The sluts hung out, men and women. We hung out in the smoking section because the smoking section was where it wasn't about dancing, it wasn't about the music, it wasn't about that bullshit. That's what the people in the club was doing, right? Out
Yeah.
there was people trying to meet other people, hook up, whatever. But you were that's where you would go to actually meet other people, not based on just physical looks. You wanted to have a conversation with them and got to know who that person was, and actually know who what their name is, because you've been in the same situation, and I've been in everybody. You've been in a loud fucking bar or club and you're chatting with somebody and they tell you what your fucking name is, but you didn't hear a motherfucking thing what they said.
Yep.
You're
But
like,
then you went
oh
home with
my
them.
goodness. And you
Then
went
you
home
went
with them,
home.
and
Yeah.
and that person has no idea that you're about to have sex with them, and you don't even know their fucking name.
I agree. It happened.
Yes.
I asked you a question on episode 1
Uh-huh.
that we did. I told you that you could ask me any question and I would answer 100% truthful, 100% uncensored. What would that question be? Did you come up with a question?
Adam, we're gonna do that in the next episode, and I want you to think of a question for me, and I'm gonna answer it. I'm
Okay,
gonna show you how fucking honest I listen. I'm brutally fucking honest. I would answer that fucking question. Yes, we're gonna do it.
good.
By the
I
way,
want to
I,
do
I,
that
I but,
every now and
but
then.
by the way, I kind of did it before. I was fucking with you because I asked you what was your views of, of murder size. I was kind of playing with you with that one. That's why I was like, I'm trying to keep a straight face because I knew what you already thought of that movie.
I did, and like I said, I've seen the director's other stuff,
Yeah,
and they're great. It's just
it's great.
some stuff doesn't work, but even with like what I'm doing right now, especially for this show, I am continuous. Excuse me, smoke too much. I'm continuously watching horror movies. Like I'm binging every day. I'm taking note. Like I read some of the notes. That's just what I've gathered in the past couple of days that you can ask yourself on, because I want to write a new screenplay. I would love to write it, and even if I don't make it, I still want to write it. But
Yeah.
like, you ask yourself these questions and then you go through and you incorporate it into the script. I hope that people hear that, because I want every filmmaker in this industry to be successful and to have their own Hollywood and their own niche, because
And the
you know
fans and all. Yeah, it's fun to have your own fans and supporters.
I recently watched an interview, and I know we're going over time. I'm so sorry, but I watched an interview with John Carpenter recently, and he said they were talking about the lunches that they used to go to, the dinner parties, and it had all the major horror directors there. It had like Darren Aronofsky, it had David Lynch, Eli Roth, and all these directors would get together and just bullshit around, right? So he told me, or not told me, but in the interview, he told the interviewer, sorry, I'm just, he told the interviewer that David Cronenberg was his really good friend, and David Cronenberg was in the very center of that room, and that when John Carpenter went to approach him to talk to him, he was ignored, and he was ignored the whole night. And he was like, "I've had enough of this. I'm going home." But then he was like Darren Aronofsky, who he really doesn't think likes horror movies, who secretly hates them, is there as well, and it's become such a big thing in the industry that these some of these horror directors are just so artsy. I think that there's like a difference between art and making something that people like, because that's something that I do see is like it's so artistic and it's just so like it's boring. A lot of
Yeah.
people either like it or hate it, and it's like you shunned one of the biggest masters of horror of all time, and he set the bar and has one of the most successful franchises out there that he created. And other filmmakers followed along in those footsteps. But we're at that point where I think Hollywood is so prestigious and so with it, they're not having fun with it.
Hmm.
What movie comes out that's fun? I do want to say Heart Eyes was great, but it's still missing something. We always feel like when we watch those movies, there's something missing, and it's the practical effects, it's the campiness, it's the cliches, the tropes, and I really want to push that because that was one of the things that when I made these notes, I wanted to talk about tropes specifically because so many people down them and they're so important. And if any advice is to take those tropes, make those notes, and go out and create that script, be a part of horror history, go out, document this stuff. I mean, like what we're doing right now, and we're talking everything that's documented is important, and you're contributing to horror history. Me as a director, people can now tap in and look at, see how what I think about stuff, what I feel about certain stuff, who are my inspirations. Same thing with you. If you're out there putting that information out there, who knows? Maybe one day Vinegar Syndrome will contact you and be like, "Hey, can we use that interview?"
Yep.
You never know, and that's why I think that a lot of this is important. And I know we're going over time, but also time is
Yeah.
not important. In this case, it is late,
It's not
but
important. Yeah.
yeah, but it's
Yeah.
like, especially with what the Alamo Draft House was doing. That they actually got on this one, the last slumber party that I was talking about. Um, they have a segment from the Alamo Draft House because they had Jan Jensen there, and they all watched this. And I'm sitting here thinking, I have tried to reach out to the woman to have her in one of my films because she's never done anything since the last slumber party. And that film was filmed way early '80s and not released until late '80s. But like, you can really see, like, if you're able to go out and get some of these people and interview them for a show on YouTube or anything, and you are able to get someone who is like a cult status, who is a one hit wonder and never really did anything else, that is bigger than having Ariana Grande on your show because
I
she
agree.
can do umpteen interviews. You can't get that from this. And
Yeah.
there was a edition of Original Woman's Skin that came out. It was the French version of the DVD, and Anita Strandberg did an interview for it. I've never seen the woman since she left acting. I've never seen a photo of her, never seen an interview with her, never seen nothing about her. Here she is, and she's one of my favorite giallo actresses doing an interview. And yes, it's probably about maybe 7 or 8 years old now, but you got to see and hear from the mouth what it was like, what happened. She worked with Lucio Fulci. Holy shit. And it's important
Hmm.
to go and document that because a lot of these people are getting older. We've had a
Yeah.
few horror stars die recently. One of them's in hospice, according to Bloody Disgusting. And you're never going to get those stories. You're never going to get
Who's in
that
hospice?
documented. It was one of John Carpenter's actors. I actually have it saved right here. Let me pull it up real quick. But that's what I'm like, you've only got so long
Yeah.
before and documenting this stuff. If you don't have it documented, it never happened down the road.
Exactly.
You need to document it. And let's see, I want to say it is. Oh wait, it's not on that. I think I'm on the. Yeah, here we go. Let me go to. It's on saved right here. Let's see if I can find it because I know I saved it. But obviously it's not there. I can't remember his name, but it worked with John Carpenter in his films, and it's a unfortunately he's on hospice. Don't know if he can talk or not. I don't know, but it's like, think about it for a minute. If he dies, you'll never get another story from him.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that hit me really hard when Lisa Loring, the original Wednesday Addams, died. I want to know so much, and I had got to meet her the one time, and we talked. She was in a movie called Blood Frenzy, which is a very rare movie. I actually think I have it right here, and I am going to put it up because it is a really cool Blood Frenzy. Um, it is an amazing movie. She did Iced, which is now on Shutter that you can see. But I had so much to ask her. She could not believe that I had this, and she just told me all about it. Just started flowing out with the story, and I'm like, oh my god. When I talked to Camille Keaton, I was best friends with Camille Keaton for years. years before this film I did, which kind of, I guess, separated our friendship. I don't know. But anyway, the woman told me about a lot of shooting the Giallo films, living and working in Italy. And she would tell me stories that happened. She was at a castle one time, and she didn't like the guy, so she snuck out of the castle and ran down to the harbor and jumped on a boat with these guys and just left him. And it's like, and then she was also married to Judy Garland's ex-husband, Sid. Sid Luft. And it's like some of the stories that she tells, especially being there in that time, I think that's important, and I would like to hear that, as well as how it was like working with some of these very famous directors. Like, look, she did What Have You Done to Solange? And I think that is important. I think it's.
Yeah, I think everybody deserves to be interviewed. I feel like everybody needs to tell their story. Whether you're famous or not. Like, I would love for somebody to interview me. I have amazing fucking stories when it comes to horror shit and this and that. I mean,
Document it. Make another channel and
yes,
document it.
yes. When I finish my channel, whenever I wrap this channel, I mean, oh my goodness! So some of the stories, like I said, I'm not indie. I'm not indie horror. I'm an indie horror supporter that sits on the outside and I observe you guys. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like, I see a lot of inner workings of crazy shit that a lot of indie horror filmmakers don't see or understand or don't know about because they're on the inside. But
Yeah.
I'm sitting just on the outside observing in. And yeah,
One of
fascinating
the
stories.
things that I did want to bring up that I had in my notes that I did not bring up and I should have, and I'm going to say it now real quick, is a lot of these people who work in the horror industry, a lot of the people who are directors and they really take their craft seriously. I'm one of them who takes my work very seriously. I have been working for over a year on Scream Dream to help get this done. I have a team who's working on it, and they have done the hardest work you could ever imagine to make it look like it looks. And when you go out into society, and I went out to like my job or whatever, and somebody's like, "What do you do?" And what, like, I heard you do movies and blah blah, and you're like, "Yeah, I do horror films." Immediately, their reaction is so bad and negative towards. Well, I'm not watching that. I don't watch that. I don't like them. They're bad. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I didn't ask you what kind of shoes you're wearing, even though they look like shit. I didn't ask you who cut your hair, even though it looks like shit. I didn't ask who did your makeup because it looks like shit. But I
Mm-hmm.
could say it, but you don't understand how hurtful. I bawled my eyes out this past week because somebody did that to me. And not only is that shitting on someone's art and their life's work, I've been working in this for like, what, 9 years now? I put my heart, soul, passion, everything into everything I've ever done. It is so hurtful to hear that. If you have nothing good to say, don't say it. Don't ask. You already
I
knew I worked in horror.
100%.
It
I
is the most
100% agree.
hurtful thing when somebody is literally working 160 hours a week for months, like I did, and poured every bit of money I had into this stuff. And with 4 hours of sleep a week, you think I want to hear that you don't watch horror films? No, I don't care about that. Don't sit there and shit on my art or my friend's art or the genre whenever you don't accept it. It's okay to have an opinion, but you don't need to share it with the source who is being creative. They're not out there making movies. They're not out there spending the money. They're not out there with the hard blood, sweat, and tears and the work doing that. That's why I brought up that thing earlier where they said they wouldn't watch independent films. I don't want to hear that. And you obviously don't know what it takes. I have literally wound up in the hospital because I have made myself sick with a passion that has driven me. And if anybody has ever done me wrong, I let that be the fuel to keep going. And that is why I do what I do. And that is why I wanted to say that because even what we're doing now, this whole thing is about horror, and it's like, "What'd you do tomorrow?" or "What'd you do last night?" "Oh, I did a show on YouTube." "What's it about?" "It's about horror movies." "Well, I don't like horror movies. I'm gonna watch it."
I
Well,
get,
then why did you ask?
but I
Like,
get this, but I get the same thing when some people say, I say, "Oh, I have a YouTube channel." They're like, "Oh, what's it about?" And 95% of them, 95, I don't meet that many people that say that, "Wow, you do horror. I love horror." I 95% of people that I come across and say, this is all races, gender, ages, and oh, horror. I don't like that.
yeah. People don't even realize the artistry. You have special effects artists who are doing amazing work. You have people who are creating, really creating some of the most coolest stuff, like John Carpenter caught on The Thing. People are doing amazing things. But not only that, but horror is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, you can have, there are so many different types, there's so many different
There's
subgenres,
so many
there's
stuff. No,
so
yep.
many, and would I rather be on a set shooting a rom-com where I have to pretend to be funny, and I'm probably not in the mood to even laugh, and I have to sit here and pretend I'm in love, and probably be all up on somebody and just not enjoying it, or would I rather be in the Halloween makeup, is the way I call it? Like, would I rather be in the makeup, the prosthetics, and running around screaming and
Have
seeing
fun.
artists do stuff? That's what's so fun, and people take horror so seriously because whenever somebody's like, "Oh, I don't want to see that. It's scary, blah blah," it's because they're looking at it as if it could really happen instead of how fun could this be? How creative did these minds come up with this stuff?
It's
Nobody
make
thinks
believe.
about that. It's make
It's make
believe.
believe.
It's something that you can see and get from a movie and not have to get it in real life, and you can do the Evil Dead slapstick jokes in it, and that makes it fun. But people to this day, almost everybody that I come in contact with hates horror, and I just don't get it. You can be artistic and be creative and make a beautiful film like I've created too, and
I,
I
I've,
purposely.
I, I'm about to say, I've met horror filmmakers who don't like horror, and I'm like, well, why the fuck are you making a horror movie? I mean, that blows
Yeah,
my fucking mind.
it's like it's weird. I just don't understand it. It's something that's really affected me the past couple of weeks, because every time I get a job, every job I've went to, every person I have met, nobody likes it. But
Yeah.
yet we celebrate it because it is the most inventive, creative genre of film that you can get into.
And we're going to continue
That's what it is.
celebrating here
We're
at the
going to
fucking
continue.
horror talk.
Yes.
I'm Travis Bruce. That's Adam Freeman. We'll see you next time. By the way, hit that fucking like and subscribe button. It helps us a lot.
Yes,
Got
please
tons of
do.
great content on this channel. All right. Have a good day, night, afternoon, whatever is going on where you're at. Take care.